From the train windows, an indigo blue could be seen permeating the sky. The trains of the Yamanote line grew chaotic as businessmen and students alike made their way back to their homes. Two of its passengers, Kusunoki Iwa and Yasuji Ben, stood shoulder to shoulder as they took along with the commuting train, holding on to its hanging straps for stability. They were admittedly an odd pair, and perhaps due to how much they stood out, Yua had been feeling constant gazes coming from all around her. It would stand to reason this is why she was repeatedly fidgeting with her hair and glasses. She still was not yet acquainted enough with the detective, Ban, to strike up a casual conversation with him. She had only met him a few days prior, after all. Shinjuku was only a single station away from Shibuya, and yet, the 3 minutes it took to reach there felt helplessly longer than it should have. Ban simply stood silently, gazing out the window. He made no attempt to speak with Yua. Yua's current impression of Ban was that he did not seem to be a bad person, but that he was still somewhat frightening. She had met other detectives that were on the case involving her sister, but none of them had left an especially good impression. Perhaps that had left her with an unconscious prejudice against detectives, and by extension, Ban. Or so she had concluded in her introspection.
だから地下15階の番人倒せば隠しダンジョン行けるだろ常識的に考えて
I'm telling you, if you defeat the bandits in the 15th underground floor, you can get to a secret dungeon. Herder, it's common sense, man. Use your brain.
万人どこにいるかわからんなり
How the fuck am I supposed to know where the bandits are? Ever since the two of them had boarded the train at Shinjuku Station, two men standing near the door had been talking in an excessively loud manner. Regardless of her desires, Yua was forced to listen to those two talking loud as could be, all without an ounce of consideration for those around them.
マップの左端の方だよ一目でわかるだろ番人
They're on the left end of the map. Just use your eyes, man, and you'll see the damn bandits.
っていうか万人と警官の区別つかないぞなもし
Yeah, well, you can't even tell the difference between thieves and bandits, so I don't know what you want me to do.
いやいやどう見ても番人だろどこが警官なんだよ番人は銃持ってねえよ
Nah, dude, it's so obvious they're bandits. What even makes you think they're just normal thieves? Bandits don't have weapons, dumbass. Both of them wore plain clothes, bandanas, fingerless gloves, and bulging rucksacks on their backs. The two were a pair of so-called otakus. Yua herself was interested in and thus consumed both anime and manga, so it was not their appearances that left her surprised. She had simply never been to Akihabara before, so it was the first time seeing a stereotypical otaku, complete with the clothes and everything. Realizing her curious glances were quite rude, she quickly averted her eyes. In the seat directly in front of her, a high school girl with brown hair and navy blue blazer was typing a message on her cell phone. Her gaudy artificial nails tapped on the screen rapidly, and every time her fingers moved, her cell phone strap of a pistol swung back and forth. Naturally, Yua had seen the contents of her message. This was not through any fault of her own, however. The girl was holding her phone horizontally, giving everyone around her free rein to see everything she wrote. It was so easy to see. In fact, it was almost as if she wanted Yua to see it. Okay, so like... Okay. So... Couldn't read room at all. So annoying to... Like, oh my gosh. I hope he dies. Wow, that's heck of a message. Despite being a high school girl herself, Yua could not even begin to grasp the contents of the message. It was possible it could have been Gyaru speak, but to her, it looked like nothing short of a coded message. Bang! All of a sudden, the voice of a child rang throughout the train's interior. Startled, Yua turned towards the source of the sound. A lone boy, about 5 years of age, stood right beside Ban. He held a squirt gun in his hand, its muzzle pointed straight at Ban. The boy even pulled the trigger, but no water came out of the end of it. Bang! Ban gave the child a big smile. His eyes, meanwhile, told a different story. However, despite the message Ban attempted to convey, the child showed no intention of stopping.
Nobu-kun, yamenasai.
Stop that, Nobu-kun. A woman, likely his mother, rushed to her son's side. She turned toward Ban and politely bowed.
Suimasen.
I'm sorry, please excuse him.
Bang! Bang!
Bang, bang!
Nobu-kun, yamenasai itte.
Nobu-kun, I told you to stop that. The mother scolded her son in an attempt to make him stop, but her reprimanding never extended beyond verbal. She did not take the water gun from him, nor did she attempt to grab his hand.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
Bang, bang, bang!
本当にすいません。
I'm really sorry.
いや構いませんよ
It's alright. I don't mind the little scamp.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
Bang, bang, bang!
おじさんが困ってるでしょう、ノブ君。
Don't you see you're bothering this man, Nobu-kun? To Yua, the scene seemed very unnatural. The mother was clearly angry at her child and showed an apologetic demeanor toward Ban, but that was the only thing normal about it.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
Bang, bang, bang!
やめなさい、怒るわよ。
That's enough. I'm going to count to 3.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
Bang, bang, bang. The boy remained completely indifferent and unresponsive, simply choosing to repeat the same words over and over again. And yet, despite his inaction, the mother made no attempts to stop him with anything other than words.
本当にすいません。
I'm really, really sorry.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
Bang, bang, bang. And for some reason, Ban simply sat there and let the boy do as he pleased.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
Bang, bang, bang. In the end, the scene continued on until they arrived at Shibuya Station. Upon coming to a full stop at the station, the train doors opened, but the mother and son showed no signs that they intended to disembark. Relieved, Yua exited onto the platform along with Ban. Taking a peek at his expression, she saw a clearly forced smile sitting upon his face.
お急ぎ中のお客様にお知らせいたします。
Attention all passengers.
地下鉄番号門線
A personal injury accident involving Ban.
失礼しました。半蔵門線は人身事故の影響でただいま振り替え運転を行っております。
Oh. Apologies. A personal injury accident involving Hazaman line has made it necessary for passengers to transfer to another line.
お客様には大変ご迷惑をおかけして申し訳ございません。
We apologize for any inconvenience.
最近よく感じるんだ
Lately, I've been having this feeling. A crowd of people came and went through the platform. As Ban walked through along with that crowd toward the Hachiko gate, he began whispering to Yua.
まるで不特定多数の人間にストーカーされてるような気がするんだよな
Like I'm being stalked by a large number of people. How many? I'm not sure.
どういうことですか？
What do you mean?
さっきみたいなことがよくあるって話さ。
I mean, there's been an awful lot of what happened just now.
周囲の人間の何気ない行動がまるで自分への嫌がらせじゃねえかって思えてくるわけ。
Makes me wonder if the people around me are all out to get me. This was the reason why Ban had shown no reaction to the boy's mischief. Events such as those, ones that did not present much trouble, were becoming an everyday occurrence for him. Once he had begun picking up on it, it made it difficult for him to stay of sound mind.
まあ考えすぎだろうが、俺みたいな地味なおっさんに興味があるやつなんてそうそういねえだろうし。
But, I'm probably just overthinking it. I doubt many people out there could care less about a whole plain guy like myself.
ただ集団ストーカーってのは確かに存在するんだよな。
Only problem is, gang stalking is a real thing.
普通のストーカー行為とは何が違うんですか？
Gang stalking? How is that different from normal stalking?
被害を受けてる側からすると相手の意図や目的、正体すら全くわかんねえんだ。
The victim of gang stalking has no idea what the motives, intentions, or the identities of the other parties are.
ただ誰かに行く先々で毎日のように様々な嫌がらせを受けていると感じる。
To put it simply, it feels like every day, no matter where you go, someone's out to get you.
集団ストーカーってのはそういうもんだ。
That's what gang stalking is.
ただの考えすぎっていう可能性は？
Could it be you really are just overthinking it?
十分にあり得るだろうな。脅迫観念と紙一重だ。
More than likely. There's a real fine line between gang stalking and confirmation bias after all.
俺の場合はそうでもなさそうなんだけどな。ここ数日は相手もかなり直接的な手段に出てきているな。
Though for me, it doesn't seem like that's the case. They've been using some pretty direct methods these past few days.
と言いますと？
Methods like,
手を引けって脅迫する匿名の電話が何度かかかってきてな。
I've been threatened multiple times over the phone, telling me to back off, or else, I'd assume. For some reason, Ban laughed as he told her that. Yua, however, was frightened and wrapped her arms around herself in an attempt to bring her comfort.
それ大丈夫なんですか？
Are you not worried about that?
まあデカにはよくあることさ。
Call it an occupational hazard. Upon saying that, Ban immediately stiffened his expression and looked at Yua.
ユアちゃんは最近そんなようなことはないかい？
Has this been happening to you too as of late?
はい、ないと思います。
No, I don't think so.
身の回りでちょっとでも違和感を覚えることがあったらすぐにおじさんに言ってくれ。
If you feel even the slightest bit that it might be, you better not think twice about letting me know.
ユアちゃんの身の安全を守るのは警察の仕事だからな。
I'm a cop. My job's to protect and serve folks, and that includes you, Yua-chan.
はい。
Right. Having listened to his words, Yua realized she was involved in something far more dangerous than she could have imagined. Oh, crap.
あなたは妄想の存在なんだよ。
You are a delusionary existence. Her voice a whisper. Rimi said something nonsensical. Ignoring what she'd said, I glanced at the various houses around me. In this place well rooted in my memories, in this place I couldn't seem to recognize. Houses that should have been there were nowhere to be seen. houses that shouldn't have been there were all I could see. The gap, the disparity between what I knew in my memories and the real scenery surrounding me was getting wider and wider.
ずれてなんかない。
No, there's no gap. Yelling those thoughts aloud, I desperately denied the despair welling up in my heart. Yeah, there wasn't any gap, not in the slightest. I'd just taken a wrong turn. This wasn't the right street. It was just a misunderstanding on my part. There was nothing wrong with the world. To think otherwise would be ridiculous. Stumbling my way back down the street I'd come from, I burst into the neighboring alleyway. But, just as I'd feared, between my memories and what I actually saw, something felt out of place. I realized that my entire body was soaked in sweat. My eyes refused to focus, and my feet didn't feel well secured to the ground. All those feelings together hit me with an intense wave of nausea.
なんでだよ。
Why?
ここに僕の家があるのは間違いないんだ。
My house has to be here. It has to.
僕はいつもここから小学校にも中学校にも通ってたんだ。
I always walked to elementary school, middle school even, from here.
小学校にはナナミと手をつないで登校してたし。
I used to hold hands with Nanami as we walked to elementary school together every day.
中学は自転車で。
And in middle school, I went by bike.
どこの中学校？
What middle school? Remy, who had been following me, quietly asked a simple question.
どこって。
What's that supposed to mean?
なんていう学校？
What was the name of the school?
そんなの決まってるじゃないか。地元の。
What? Everyone knows that. It's right around here. It's
あれ。
What? Huh? I couldn't remember. I got into middle school. I had clear memories of it, but I couldn't remember any of the finer details. It was as if some intense haze was covering my mind. The name of my middle school, which class I'd been a part of, or even the name of my homeroom teacher. No specific names came to me.
そんなはずないんだ。
It can't be.
ただ忘れてるだけで。
I just forgot.
タク、聞いて。
Taku, listen to me.
あなたの記憶にあるのは
In your memories,
この場所に家があるじゃなくて、
it's not. My house is right here.
この場所に家があるはずっていう思い込み。
It's my house should be right here.
そうでしょ。
That's how it feels, right? My sanity was hanging on by a thread.
だって僕はここに来るまでの道は覚えてるんだぞ。
But I remembered the whole route here, didn't I?
おかしいじゃないか。
How do you explain that?
それは作られた記憶だから。
Because those memories were fabricated. Stop making that face. Remy's eyes were pointed straight at the ground, and she looked terribly sad. Without looking up at me, she just continued saying the most confusing, nonsensical things. Things that, once again, I didn't understand. Things that were impossible to understand. So, I stopped trying.
タクは中学には通ってないの。
You've never been to middle school.
わかったぞ。これドッキリでしょ。そうなんでしょ。
I get it now. This is a prank, isn't it? Isn't it?
きっとあれだ。そう、リミとナナミが実は知り合いとかで僕を二人して騙そうとしてるんじゃ。
Yeah, I see right through you. You and Nami actually know each other. And you're both trying to prank me.
なんだ、そうかそうか。ビビった。
I see. It all makes sense now. Huh, you really got me. I tried my best to laugh it off, but Remy didn't even so much as chuckle.
ごめん。私、これからあなたを傷つけることを言わなくちゃ。
I'm sorry. The next thing I say is going to hurt, but I have to say it.
タク、あなたはね。
Taku, you, she gonna say don't exist?
本来、いちゃいけない存在なんだよ。
Ah, should never have existed.
嘘つくな。
Stop fucking lying to me. She was just trying to deceive me. Remy was my enemy, just like all the others.
貼り付けはリミの仕業だな。
The crucifixion was your doing, wasn't it? If that was true, then what had happened to the crime scene when I'd first met her hadn't been a delusion. The true culprit behind New Gen wasn't the man I'd seen at the hospital TV earlier today. It was Remy. She'd been monitoring me the entire time. She knew I'd witnessed everything, so she refused to let me out of her sight. Also, I would never tell anyone what else I'd seen. That was the sole reason she'd bothered staying with me all this time.
君あの時血まみれだった。だから君が犯人だ。
You were covered in blood back then. That means you're the culprit.
あれはあなたの望んだ妄想。
That was the delusion you wished for.
ギガロマニアックスの妄想はね、強すぎる場合、時に混じり合うの。
Sometimes, when a Giga-lo-maniac's delusion is too strong, it merges with other people's delusions.
妄想がシンクロするんだ。
Their delusions synchronize, calmly. As though she was talking to herself, Remy spoke. And yet, her composure only served to piss me off even more.
少なくともあの時、あの場所では4つの妄想がシンクロしてた。
At least 4 delusions synchronized then.
タクと
Yours,
私と
mine,
ニュージェネの犯人と。
the New Gen culprits, and...
信じるもんか。
Like I'd believe that. Alright, we're going. Before she could continue, I cut her off. I then covered my ears and closed my eyes.
これは妄想だ。
This is all a delusion.
そうだよ、妄想なんだ。いつもしているみたいな。
Yeah, it has to be. It's just a delusion, just like always.
これ以上妄想しちゃダメ。
No more delusions, Taku. My mind, still trying to delude itself, was forcefully ripped back to reality by Remy's words.
出ないと私、タクを消さなくちゃいけなくなる。
Otherwise, I'll have no choice but to erase you, Taku.
殺すの？
You're gonna kill me? A chill ran down my spine. My perception of Remy, the girl I'd thought would save me, was rapidly spiraling. Now, she was turning into someone completely unrecognizable to me.
殺すんだな。やっぱり君が殺人犯なんだ。
You are, aren't you? I knew it. You really are a murderer. So why did she look so... Biting her lip as she fought back tears, hanging her head low as could be. It all made me hesitant to accuse her of anything. Tell me it's all a lie. Tell me it's all a prank so we can laugh it off. If you do, we can go back to how it used to be between us. I want to go back.
だったら僕は何なの？
Then what Am I...
ギガロマニアックスの妄想によって作られた人間かな。
I suppose... person created through a Giga-lo-maniac's delusions.
バカらしい。
That's absurd.
僕にはちゃんと記憶があるんだ。
I have memories of my own.
中学の頃の細かい記憶は思い出せないけど、忘れちゃっただけで。
I might not remember the little stuff from middle school, but I just forgot. That's all.
あなたが生まれたのは1年半前なの。
You were born only a year and a half ago. A year and a half ago? That would have been just when I started high school.
だったら僕は1歳半の赤ん坊っていうことじゃないか。
Then when I just be an 18-month-old baby?
バブ言ってなくちゃ。おかしい。
I'd be going goo goo gaga, but I'm not.
タクは生まれた瞬間からタクだった。
From the moment you were born, you were yourself, Taku.
君がその目で見たって言いたいの？確かに僕らは1年半前から友達だったらしいね。僕は覚えてないけど。
Are you saying you saw it with your own eyes? Sure, we've allegedly been friends for over a year and a half, but I don't remember any of it.
私とあなたが会ったのは1ヶ月前。
I first met you a month ago
貼り付けの現場。
at the crucifixion crime scene.
私はもともと水泳の生徒じゃないから。
I wasn't always a Sume student, so I'd never met you before then. Rima was a complete schizo. Complete and utter schizo, just like all the others. No, not just schizo, super schizo. She was at a tier even Sana or Yasi could hope to match.
誰が僕を妄想したの？言ってみてよ。
Then, who created me? Explain that.
西條匠くんだよ。
Nishuju Takumi-kun.
入ったアウト。僕が妄想なんでしょ。その僕が妄想して僕を作ったって矛盾してるじゃないか。はい論破終了。
Yeah, I call BS. I'm a delusion, right? Then you're telling me I had a delusion and created myself? You're contradicting yourself. Get owned.
それとも君の妄想？
Or maybe this is all your delusion.
君が勝手に作り出した君だけの脳内設定なんでしょ。僕をそれに巻き込まないでよ。
A completely fictional storyline that you came up with all on your own. Well, leave me out of it.
私だってタクには知ってほしくなかった。
I didn't want you to know either, Taku.
ここにも来てほしくなかった。
Nor did I want to come here.
もっと強く引き止めればよかったね。
I should have tried harder. I should have tried harder to keep you away. Then, gathering her resolve, Rima raised her head and looked straight at me. Her eyes glimmered with sincerity. It didn't seem like she was lying. She felt entirely genuine.
でもここまで来たら本当のことを知ってもらった方がいいと思う。
But now that we've come this far, I think it's best you know the truth. But it wasn't the truth. It was all a lie. It had to be. Otherwise, my last thread of sanity would snap. Besides, who would ever believe someone who just suddenly decided to hit them with, "Oh yeah, BT dubs, you're a delusion."
あなたの行動が他の人の命を削っていくんだって知ってもらった方が。
I also think it's best that you know that everything you do is slowly chipping away at someone else's life.
そうだ。ナナミは？
Wait, I know. What about Nami?
僕が妄想だったら僕と血が繋がってるナナミも両親も妄想ってこと？そんなの無茶苦茶。
If I'm a delusion, then is Nanami, my blood-related sister, a delusion too? What about my parents? That makes no...
ナナちゃんはいるよ。
Nana-chan exists. From the way Remy talked about her, it was almost as if she knew her.
ナナミを誘拐したのは君なの。
The one who kidnapped her? Was it you?
似たようなものかもね。
It might as well be.
私はタクを守ることに気を取られすぎて、ナナちゃんが狙われる可能性を考えてなかった。
I was so focused on protecting you. I never considered the possibility that they would target her.
私は誘拐犯のこと知ってる。
I know who the kidnapper is. She really was a demon girl. I was right. I'd always been right. Remy was the only one I'd wanted to be on my side, and even though I'd always believed that, there had always been more than enough reasons to doubt her. And yet, even so, I'd feigned ignorance and simply trusted that she'd keep her promise to stay by my side. But despite all that, just like Yua, Remy was...
君も僕を裏切るんだね。
So, you betrayed me too.
そうだね。私はタクを裏切った。隠し事をたくさんしてた。
Yes, I betrayed you. I hid so many things from you.
ごめんね。
I'm sorry.
私のこと恨んでいいよ。
I understand if you hate me.
謝られたって。僕は信じない。信じられない。
Even if you apologize, I won't believe you. I can't believe you. Despite my words, it was impossible for me to prove that I was real. All the supernatural things I'd seen up until now flashed through my mind, and that's when I knew I couldn't just laugh off her words as some insane ass pull. Ass pull? As I thought that, Remy slowly began to approach me, and then embraced me. Taken completely by surprise, I surrendered myself to her. I could feel her warmth. She had saved me. She had saved my soul. She had taught me nothing but kindness. But now, despite being in the center of her embrace, her warmth could not have felt more distant.
そろそろ行かなきゃ。
I have to go soon.
行くって、どこへ？
Go where?
ナナちゃんをさらった誘拐犯のところ。決着つけなくちゃいけないの。ナナちゃんのことも他のことも。
To where Nana-chan's kidnapper is. I have to settle things once and for all. Not just with Nana-chan, everything.
このままだとタクも守りきれないし。
At this rate, I won't be able to protect you, Taku.
そんなの無責任だ。
I can't believe how careless you are.
僕にここまでひどいこと言っておいて逃げるの？
After all the horrible things you just said to me, you're just gonna leave me? Remy started inching away from me. One step, then another. Slowly, she distanced herself.
戻ってくるから。タクは部屋にいて。
I'll be back. Just stay in your room, Taku.
そしたらまた一緒にいろいろ楽しいお話ししよう。
And when I do get back, we'll just talk. We'll have fun just like we used to.
あなたはあそこにいてもいいんだよ。
You can just stay in your room. It's okay. Such a gentle tone. Even though she had said all those cruel things, why was she still being so nice to me?
でも一つだけ約束。
But you have to promise me one thing.
もう妄想はしない。
No more delusions. Okay?
タクの妄想力はとっても強いから。
Your delusions are far too strong.
妄想すればするほど本物のあなたの命が削られていっちゃうんだ。
The more delusions you have, the more the lifespan of the real you gets whittled away.
何よ。
What are you?
それじゃあまた明日。
Alright, I'll see you tomorrow.
よし。
Bishi. Remy struck a pose, saluting me with the most unnatural smile on her face. It could have not been more forced. And only a moment later, from her eyes, quiet tears began to fall. Remy frantically turned her back to me, and as her shoulders started to tremble, she ran away. And I, having been left behind in a stupor, sank helplessly to my knees.
本物の僕ってなんだよ。
What do you mean? The real me?
僕は偽物じゃない。
I'm not a fake. All color vanished from the world. All hope I'd once had was gone. My very existence had been denied. There was no meaning in me being here. Not even my death held any meaning. Remy had left me, leaving behind a meaningless husk. She was my enemy. She had deceived me. And now, having said her piece, she had probably lost her final remaining reason to be with me.
戻ってくるはずない。
She's not coming back. Remy had abandoned me. But of course she had. I was a delusionary existence, according to her, a monster. Forget it. I didn't care anymore. With no willpower to even stand up, I just stayed there, still unable to organize my thoughts, incapable of crying due to the sheer shock. The twilight wind robbed me of all warmth, and the very little that remained of Remy's faded completely. As I looked up at the sky for no particular reason, I gazed at the sunset, a sunset that had almost completely eroded by the dark of night.
これが新作？またへんてこね。
So this is the new one. Another oddball one, I see. Almost smiled as she stared fixedly on the Garo Froggy keychain band had just purchased.
でも可愛いじゃない？
But my, if it isn't cute.
そりゃ新作じゃねえよ。先週出たなんだっけ。
That's not a new one. That's the one from last week. What was its name again? Ben glanced over at Yua as if pleading for help.
涙目ゲロカエルンです。
The Teary Garo Froggy.
ああ、そうそう。それ。
Yeah, that.
ごめんね、ゆあちゃん。こんなむさ苦しいおじさんに付き合わされて大変だったでしょう。
I'm so sorry for putting you through that, Yua-chan. Having to keep this unpleasant old man company must have been awful.
いえ。
Oh, that's not.
ひでえな、ももちゃん。こんなダンディーな中年はなかなかいねえぜ。
Ouch. Come on, Momo-chan. You and I both know it's not every day you find a middle-aged guy as dandy as me. With Van's half-joking protests falling on deaf ears, the president of Frisia served Yua some tea. Heaving a deep sigh, Van sat down on the chair and glanced around the office. The employees of Frisia, who usually worked well into the night, had actually returned home on time today. Each worker's schedule was arranged to tell this exact tale on the whiteboard. Thanks to their departures, despite the sun having only just set, the office was completely silent, as if it were the dead of night.
で、ももちゃん、信仰のこと調べてくれたかい？
So, Momo-chan, you ended up looking into FaithWorks? Before riding the train from Jujuku, Ban had called Mimosa in advance and asked her to look into FaithWorks.
その前に
Before we get into that, smile still on her face, Mimosa glanced over at Yua, who was sipping from her teacup.
ゆあちゃん、お茶を飲んだら帰った方がいいわ。
Yua-chan, I really do think you should head on home once you're done with your tea. Huh?
日も暮れたし、ご両親が心配するでしょ。
It's getting dark already. Won't your parents be worried about you? Yua realized what the intent behind Mimosa's words were. Whatever the conversation that would take place soon, it was not meant for Yua's ears.
私のこと心配してくれているんですか？
Are you worried about me?
ええ、そうよ。
Why, of course, dear. Mimosa nodded with a serious look on her face. Although thankful for consideration, Yua shook her head definitively in response.
私帰りません。みやちゃんの死の真相に近づくためなら何だってするつもりです。
I'm not going anywhere. I'll do anything in my power if it means I get closer to the truth behind Mia-chan's death.
あなたはこれ以上関わるべきじゃないわ。
You really shouldn't get yourself any more involved than you already have.
私もとっくに当事者の一人です。
Well, I'm well past the point of being an outsider. An imposing, unwavering resolve dwelt within Yua's words. Mimosa was perplexed at the unexpected opposition.
意外と頑固ね。
Surprisingly stubborn for a young lady.
ま、ここでのけ者にするのも酷ってもんだろ。
Well, benching her this far into the game would be a tad cruel, don't you think?
いざとなったら警察で保護するさ。
If push comes to shove, we can leave her with the guys at the station for a while. Mimosa was forced to sigh in response to Ban's nonchalant attitude.
ばあちゃんにそんな権力があるのかしらね。
Do you even have that kind of authority?
ま、こう見えても一応天下の警視庁捜査一課所属だからな。
Well, though I may not look it, I do belong to the world's finest criminal investigations division, courtesy of the TMPD.
あらそう。
Could have fooled me. Upon pacifying Ban to a suitable degree, Mimosa stared intently at Yua.
これから聞くことは絶対に口外しちゃダメよ。
Under no circumstances are you to disclose anything you hear from this point forward.
これはあなたの命にも関わることだから、それを肝に銘じてね。
This is a matter of life and death. You need to understand this.
はい。
Oh, okay. I understand. Yua nodded, her expression far stiffer than before. Upon seeing that, Mimosa sighed once more, then proceeded to take a seat. Mimosa, hunching her already rotund body forward, operated the mouse connected to her laptop.
で、進行から何が出たんだい？
So, what popped up about FaithWorks?
ばんちゃんの予感的中って感じね。
Let's just say, your gut was right on the mark. Both Ban and you appeared at the monitor from behind Mimosa.
有限会社新興の親会社はのぞみテクノロジーよ。
FaithWorks Ltd's parent company is Nozomi Technology.
のぞみテクノロジー？
Nozomi Technology?
のぞみグループか。こいつは驚きだな。
From the Nozomi Group. Now that's a surprise.
新興は5年前にのぞみグループに吸収合併されたんだけど、それ以降発売した商品が次々と大ヒットしてるのよ。
5 years ago, FaithWorks merged into Nozomi Group. And from that point forward, One after another, all of their products became a big hit.
ゲロカイルンだけじゃないの。中国製バッグとか、タイ製のエコバッグとか、美脚パンツとか。
It's not just the Garo Froggies. Handbags made in China, reusable shopping bags made in Thailand, some sleek-looking pants, and so on.
で、この会社は商品の売り出し方が独特なの。いつも週末に新製品を一斉に投入するのよ。
And what's more, this company's way of selling their products is especially peculiar. All of their new products are launched exclusively on the weekends. Weekends? That word stuck out especially to Ban.
G レートとの関係は
Could it have something to do with GE rate?
必然にしろ偶然にしろ、新興の商品がヒットしているのは G レートの変動の影響ね。それは確かよ。
Whether it's coincidence or simply inevitable, the reason why FaithWorks products are such a big hit is thanks to the fluctuations in the GE rate. That much is certain.
前に見せた G レートのグラフ覚えてる？
Remember the graph I showed you before?
5年ぐらい前からずっと毎週末に値が上がってるって言ったわよね。新興がのぞみグループに合併された時期とぴったり一致するわ。
I mentioned that ever since around 5 years ago, the values would always go up on the weekends. That lines up perfectly with FaithWorks and the Nozomi Group merger.
新興がレートを操作してると思うか？
Do you think FaithWorks might be manipulating the rate?
新興自体はそんなに大きな会社じゃないからそれは無理よ。
FaithWorks is not that big of a company, so I don't see that being possible.
となると親会社のぞみが怪しいな。グループ総出で取り組めばレート操作だってできそうじゃねえか。
Which leaves the parent company, Nozomi. They're definitely suspicious. With the whole group at their fingertips, manipulating the GE rate would be a piece of cake.
待って、のぞみの方はもちろんだけど、新興が興味深いのはそこだけじゃないの。
Wait, Nozomi's a given. But that's not the only thing strange about FaithWorks.
設立当初の資料にまで遡ってみたら、すごい大物が出てきたのよ。
Once I went back and took a look at the funds that trickled in when it was being founded, a real big shot came up.
大物？
A big shot?
井ノ原構造。
Yes. Inohana Kuzu.
はっは明和党の重鎮じゃねえの。
Haha. Well, if it isn't the leader of the Meiwa party.
新興設立当時はまだ民自党在籍時代だけどね。
Although at the time of FaithWorks' establishment, he was still part of the Democratic Liberal Party.
つながってきたな。
It's all connected.
太田教授の時、それとこの前の地震の時、明和党は G レートに関係ありそうな件について報道規制の圧力をかけてきてる。
Just like what happened with Professor Oda, as well as the earthquake from a while back. The Meiwa party's been putting pressure on the media to keep them from covering stuff that might be related to GE rate.
G レートのグラフのことだけど、
And about the GE rate graph.
いろいろ調べてたら他にも面白いパターンを見つけたわ。
After investigating a few various sources, I found yet another interesting pattern. As of now, there were two aspects about the GE rates that Mimosa had her attention on. First, the fact that they consistently rose each and every weekend. The maximum values themselves were not particularly notable, but aside from New Year's, Golden Week, and the Bond Festival, they always went up without fail. And second, the drastic rise following earthquakes. For both the quake 2 months ago, in which there were 8 fatalities, and the quake 1 week ago, in which there were more than 100 fatalities, the G rate had shown an extreme upsurge for a short period of time.
で、3つ目のパターン。
So, about the third pattern.
この5年で4回だけ起きてるわ。 時期はどれもまちまち。上昇値は地震の時ほどじゃないけど結構高いの。
These spikes only happened 4 times in the past 5 years, and the times they appeared were inconsistent. The values weren't as high as when the earthquakes hit, but they were still fairly high.
最初はこれが何を意味してるのかわからなかったんだけど、調べていくうちにこの5年で4回と符合するイベントに行き着いた。
At first, I didn't understand what it all meant, but as I looked into it, I managed to find something that would fit that description. Something that only happened 4 times over 5 years.
イベント。
Huh?
もったいぶらずに教えろよ。
Could you tone down the song and dance and just tell us?
選挙よ。
The elections.
衆参合わせて4度行われた選挙日とその4回の GE レート上昇の日は完全に同じだったわ。
If we take into account both houses of the Diet and the 4 times elections were held recently, the days when the GE rate spiked matched up perfectly. Ban stroked his unshaven chin with a stern look on his face.
野党だった明和党が大躍進を遂げて与党になった選挙は
The elections where the opposition party, the Meiwa party, made great strides and became the ruling party. If I remember right, that was
4年前ですね。
4 years ago, wasn't it?
そして日野花構造が民事党を電撃的に離党して明和党に移ったのは5年前。
Yes, and it was 5 years ago when Iohana Kazui suddenly left the Democratic Liberal Party, then joined the Meiwa Party soon after. A heavy silence hung in the air around the 3 of them.
なんだか私、お話を聞いていたら怖くなってきました。
If I'm being honest, this is a little bit frightening. Yua's voice trembled slightly as she murmured,
私もびっくりだわ。ここまでキーワードがぴったり当てはまるなんてね。
I was surprised myself. I didn't expect all of these things to line up so perfectly.
まだ状況証拠でしかないがな。
Though to be clear, this is all still circumstantial.
それでも GE レートのことを知っていたからこそ気づけたわけだ。
Even then, the only reason we came to realize this stuff was because we looked into the GE rate.
知らなかったらさっぱりだったろ。
Had we brushed it aside, we'd be lost right now. As he said that, Ban nonchalantly retrieved his favorite handheld fan and began waving it at himself.
ところで、俺が調べた女子高生の生態について話していいかい？
By the way, you two mind if we talk about that one high school girl I looked into? Momos, bewildered by Ban's sudden change of topics, stared daggers at the detective.
もうね、いきなりそんなくだらないこと言い出すんじゃないわよ。ゆあちゃんがいるんだから少しは考えなさい。
For goodness sake, you really should leave such nonsense at home. Yua-chan is right there, so would you please think twice before opening your mouth?
ねえ、そういうなって。
Oh, come on. Don't be like that. A slight smirk colored Ban's face, but his eyes did not match such a sentiment.
青いセナについてだ。
It's about Aoi's Sena.
正しくは畑野セナと言うべきか。なぜか最近になって母親の旧姓を使い始めたんだよな。
Actually, to be more accurate, it's about Hatano Sena. For some reason, she's been using her mother's maiden name as of late.
その畑野セナの父親、畑野一世は今失踪して行方不明らしいんだが、のぞみテクノロジーの元社員なんだよ。
Oh, it's her mother's name. Apparently, Hatano Sena's father, Hatano Issei, went missing, and his whereabouts are currently unknown. But what we do know is that he's actually a former employee of Nozomi Technology.
え、
Huh?
どういうこと？
What do you mean?
どういうことも何もそのまんまさ。
I mean what I said. Simple as that. Nozomi Technology was a company that primarily developed software for use in medical equipment. The Nozomi Group had begun with Nozomi Technology, but through repeated mergers and acquisitions, it had become one of Japan's top leading conglomerates.
半年前、畑野瀬名の母親と生後1年の妹が謎の死を遂げている。父親の失踪はその直後だ。
6 months ago, Latano Sana's mother and 1-year-old sister passed away under mysterious circumstances. Her father's disappearance came right after that.
畑野瀬名本人もそれと前後して当時預けられていたとある施設を脱走するって騒ぎを起こした。
Atano Sana then caused a massive ruckus as she ran away from the facility she was entrusted to at the time.
施設ですか？
What facility was that?
天神寮っていう非営利の自立更生支援施設だ。表向きはな。
It's called Tenjin Dorm. It's a non-profit rehabilitation facility to the public, that is.
表向きってじゃあ裏があるの？
To the public? Are you suggesting there's something else to it?
スポンサーがいるのさ。これが天聖振興会だったりする。
Well, wouldn't you know it? It has this one sponsor. One that just happens to be the Cosmic Church of the Divine Light.
天聖振興会。
The Cosmic Church of the Divine Light? Most grimaced at the words. She then spoke once more, her tone now clearly exasperated.
また面倒な名前が出てきたわね。
Yet another name with an awful lot of troublesome baggage behind it.
ちなみにその天神寮は2年前まで別の名前だった。
I should also mention that Tenjin Dorm was under a different name up until 2 years ago.
アークハートメディカル会。
Arc Heart Medical.
どんな偶然か今や渋谷の若者のカリスマ的存在であるヘス。岸本綾瀬もここに入れられていたんだな。
And, by sheer coincidence, the charismatic persona that's rocking Shibuya's young people, Fess, or rather, Kishimoto Oyase, was staying there too.
畑野瀬名とは入れ違いだったみてえだが。
Although it seems like her and Atano Sana just barely passed each other by. Van then leaned forward toward Mimosa and Yua.
でだ。ここからが興味深いんだが。
Well, there you go. But here's where things get interesting.
アークハートメディカル会は天神寮と違ってメンタルケア施設だった。精神病患者を治療してたんだ。
Arc Heart Medical, unlike Tenshin Dorm, was a mental facility. They treated patients suffering from mental illnesses.
ところが2年前、アークハートメディカル会は突然非営利団体の自立更生支援施設天神寮へと姿を変えた。
However, 2 years ago, Arc Heart Medical suddenly became the non-profit Tenshin Dorm, a rehab facility.
それによって精神科医が一斉に解雇されたんだが、その医師たちを丸ごと雇い入れたのが代々木にある AH 東京総合病院だった。
Oh, due to that, all the psychiatrists got discharged, but every single one of those same doctors got employed at the Tokyo General Hospital in Yoyogi. That's probably what what's his name? The one that died. He probably was one of them doctors.
ノータリン事件で殺された人が勤めていたのってそこの病院でしたよね。
Didn't the victim of the nunskull case work in that hospital?
ああ、高階文夫。確かに AH 東京総合病院の精神科医だ。
Yeah, Takashina Fumio. If memory serves, he was a psychiatrist at Tokyo General Hospital.
ついでに言うと、そこの病院長は井ノ原と懇意らしいぜ。
Incidentally, The director is on pretty good terms with Inohana.
また井ノ原議員ね。
There's his name again.
ゆあちゃん、君が追ってた西条拓実も実は AH 東京総合病院をこの1ヶ月で3回訪れてる。
Yua-chan, that Nishiju Takumi kid you were after. He actually visited Odd Tokyo General Hospital 3 times this month.
そうなんですか？
Is that so?
警察がずっと尾行してたんだね。確か。
The police were following him the whole time. We know that one for a fact.
しかも西条には数年前にその病院に入院した記録まであった。彼の主治医は高階文夫だ。
Furthermore, there were even records of Nishiju being hospitalized there a few years ago, and his attending physician, Takashina Fumio.
不思議なのは西条の入院記録なんだな。彼は10歳で入院して約2年後にその記録が途切れてるんだが。
He got in at 10 years old, but a couple years later, the records just stopped. And here's the real kicker.
退院した記録はなかった。
There's no record of him being discharged.
誰かが改ざんしたのかしら。
Could someone have falsified the documents?
どうだかな。そこまでは調べが回らなくてね。
It's up in the air, really. That was about as far as I got. Is he... Is Nishiju Shogun the older version of Shogun in the wheelchair? Or something? Or is he in the hospital bed in that room and Shogun's keeping an eye on him? Or something. I don't know.
なあ、それと畑野瀬名に関してもう一つ。
Oh, and one more thing in regard to Hatano Sena.
最近彼女がよく行動を共にしている折原梢って生徒がいる。1ヶ月ほど前に転校してきた西条のクラスメートなんだが。
There's a high school student named Orihara Kazu that she's been palling around with. She's a classmate of Nishiju's, starting about a month ago when she transferred in.
この子も結構な曰くつきなんだ。
This little lady has quite the backstory to her.
折原の父親がのぞみグループの系列会社社員なわけよ。
Her father's an employee at one of Nozomi Group's affiliates.
元は広島の方に住んでてな。折原梢の同級生3人が何者かに襲われて重傷を負うって事件が起きてる。
They used to live over in Hiroshima. While she was over there, an incident occurred where 3 students in her grade were attacked by some unknown person and suffered serious injuries.
3人ともが右腕を鋭利な刃物で切断されてひどいありさまだったらしい。
Apparently, all 3 of them got their right arms lopped off by some bladed weapon. Horrible state of affairs.
折原もその場に居合わせていた。彼女が犯人じゃねえかって疑いがかかったんだが、凶器が存在しないって理由で逮捕はされてない。
Orihara happened to be present there that day. There were doubts about whether or not she was the culprit, but she wasn't arrested, on the grounds that the weapon used to commit the crime didn't exist.
それで地元に居づらくなって引っ越したって噂もある。
The grapevine says it got too hard for them to stick around up there after all that, so they moved here.
凶器が存在しない？見つからないじゃなくて？
The weapon didn't exist. Don't you mean they couldn't find it?
ああ、存在しないだ。何で切られたのかさえ分かってない。
No, it full on doesn't exist. They don't even know what was used to cut them up.
犯行は折原以外には実行できない状況だった。だが、たとえ折原が犯人だとしても、凶器をどこからか取り出すことも、どこかに隠すことも不可能だった。
The crime happened in such a way that no one other than Orihara could have done it. But even if she was the culprit, it was impossible for her to both pull the weapon out of nowhere and hide it somewhere.
かまいたち現象じゃないかなんて本気で議論されたぐらいだ。
The debate raged on pretty hard on this fact, to the point where some argued whether or not it was the Kametachi phenomenon.
何もないところから剣を取り出す手品。
A magic trick involving someone pulling a sword out from nowhere.
かもしれねえな。
Though that's just speculation, who knows?
君が悪いです。
This feels wrong. Yua, as if trying to stop herself from trembling, hunched down toward her knees, then began to stroke both of her arms with her hands.
何かとても大きな意志が働いているような。
It's hard to put my finger on it, but it's as if some much greater will than we know is at play here.
職業柄俺は陰謀論なんざ信じちゃいねえんだが、今回ばかりはその存在を信じそうになるね。
Due to the nature of the job, I can't really afford to subscribe to conspiracy theories like that. But just this once, I might have to.
名和と、そしてのぞみグループ。
The Meiwa Party and Nozomi Group.
G レートに関係してると思われるのはその2つか。
Those both seem related to the GE raid.
天聖振興会も叩けば埃が出てきそうね。もともとあまりいい噂は聞かないし。
The Cosmic Church of the Divine Light might yield some gold if I dig just right. It never did have pleasant rumors surrounding it. Sipping some of her tea, Momose shrugged her shoulders.
バンちゃんには呆れるわ。
You never cease to amaze me, Bantan.
本来の仕事をほったらかしにしてこんなことを調べてたなんて。
Putting aside even your own job just to look into strange leads like this?
元はといえばももちゃんが G レートのことを教えてくれたのがいけないんだぜ。
If we're getting down to the brass tacks, wouldn't it be your fault for cluing me in on the GE rate?
そうだけど
That may be true,
そ
but,
れで捜査本部から外されちゃったら世話ないわ。
well, don't blame me if you get yourself booted from the investigation.
本当に不器用なんだからあんたって人は。
You baffled me with how genuinely tactless you are. I'll say that much. Those words were neither those of astonishment nor of condemnation, but rather a fairly roundabout way of praising him. Momose, despite her words, acknowledged Ban in his pursuits.
おっと電話だ。
Oh, I've got a call coming in. Ban's cell phone let out an electronic tune. Looking at the display, he saw that the caller was a restricted number.
もしもし。
Hello? Loud static could be heard from the other end of the call. Ban took the phone away from his ear and looked at the display once more. His connection was good, so he was likely not the issue. It must have been the caller causing the problem. Ban brought his ear close to the phone, believing that the call was coming from someplace far away.
おい、誰だ？
Who's this? Back off. This was one of the anonymous, threatening phone calls he had been receiving recently. The mechanical sounding voice was likely due to the use of the voice changer. Ban let out an audible laugh before proceeding to answer.
あんたか。いい加減名乗ってくんねえかな。
Oh, look who it is. You know, it keeps bugging me that I don't know your name. Mind giving me something to call you by?
手を引けって言われてもな。そもそも何から手を引きゃいいんだ？そこを具体的に言ってもらわねえと。
Besides, you're telling me to back off. But what am I supposed to be backing off from? You have to be specific. Or else how am I gonna know? Back off. They always hung up there. Always after saying back off twice. The pattern repeated itself so often, it was practically routine. No matter how much Ban tried to speak to them, there was never an answer. But on this day, that would finally change. Or else.
ああ？
Huh? Sir,
誰だ？
who is this? I'm sorry. I was careless. Upon hearing that, Ban finally understood whose distressed voice was on the other end of the call.
諏訪か？
Sua. Yeah. They nabbed me out of nowhere.
誰にやられた？今どこにいる？
Who nabbed you? Where are you right now? I don't know who did it. They had a black ski mask on, and
相手は一人なんだな。
how many are there? Just one?
おい、大丈夫なのか？
You alright, kid? Talk to me. Help me, sir. I'm at
諏訪、おい、諏訪。
Sua, answer me, Sua. No matter how much Ban called out to him, there was no response from the other end of the call. With a click of his tongue, Ban hung up. Most and you were looking at Ban with intense concern.
スワちゃんに何かあったの？
Did something happen to Sua-chan? Ban stood up, then lightly slapped his cheeks twice.
諏訪が人質に取られた。どうやら AH 東京総合病院にいるみたいだ。
Sua's been taken hostage. Seems like they brought him to Tokyo General Hospital.
まさか名和と？
Oh no. The Maywa party?
ああ、わかんねえな。このままじゃまずい気がする。
I've got no clue. But what I do know is I can't stay here.
応援を頼んだ方がいいわ。
You should call for reinforcements.
大ごとにしたらそれこそ諏訪の命はねえよ。俺一人で様子を見てくる。
If we make a bunch of fuss, Sua won't be alive for long. I'll go alone. Ban placed his favorite handheld fan on top of the table, close to where Mimosa's hands rest. Following this, he took a good, long look at each of the girls. His demeanor was like that of an entirely different person's. The unreliable, middle-aged detective that he had so often played was nowhere to be seen. All there was now was an intense, fearless expression on his face.
ももちゃんとゆあちゃんもどこかに身を隠せ。わかったな。
Momo-chan, Yua-chan, you two go hide somewhere safe. Got it? Through no will of my own, my legs moved in the direction of my base. They were heavy, so heavy in fact, that I wondered if my heels were packed with lead. Except it wasn't just my legs, my entire body felt heavy. But despite how hard it was to move, I kept telling myself that it was proof that my body existed, that I wasn't a delusionary existence. The sun had already set, meaning there was no one in the city to pay any attention to me as I staggered through the streets. Before now, I would push everyone away, telling them not to look at me. I was scared of getting too much attention, of being a laughing stock. But even though I'd done that for so long, right now, I just wanted someone, anyone to look at me. I wanted someone to see me with their eyes. I wanted someone to acknowledge that I was here. That was the deus ex machina I needed. But no one did. If I randomly yelled out something, I'd probably get looks of disdain. But I didn't have the willpower to go through with that. Within my sweaty hand was my cell phone, the one I'd gone out to buy with Nanami. I only had 4 numbers registered on it. Rimi's cell phone, Nanami's cell phone, Musumi-kun's cell phone, and the number for my parents' house. I tried desperately to think of a way to prove I wasn't fake with just those 4 phone numbers.
あなたは妄想の存在なんだよ。
You are a delusionary existence. No. I wasn't a delusionary existence. I was real. I was Nishiju Jakumi. I was 17 years old. I was a second year at Sume Academy. I was in a family of 4. I was.
助けて。僕を証明して。
Help me prove that I exist. My teeth were chattering. A clearly audible clacking sound. I wasn't cold whatsoever, and yet I trembled all the same.
助けてよ。
Save me. From the 4 numbers I had, I chose Musumi-kun's. Yeah.
ミス。
Misu?
ダークだろ。どうしたんだ？
Taku, what's up?
リミとうまいこと言ったか？ちゃんと童貞卒業できたんだろうな。
Everything going smoothly with Rimi? Finally lose your V card?
感謝しろよ。気を使って二人にしてやったんだからよ。
You got me to thank for that. I had the smarts to leave you two to each other, after all. Misumi-kun was the same as ever. That at least brought me some relief. He did know me. He recognized me as Nishiju Takumi. So I wasn't a delusionary existence. Rimi had just been lying. I knew it.
そういえば、ついさっき美奈子から言われたんだけどよ。
Come to think of it, Minako asked me something a while ago.
え？美奈子。
Huh? Minako?
ああ、俺の女。
Yeah, my girl.
で、美奈子が言うんだよ。
Anyway, she asked me something.
ここ1ヶ月ぐらい、日常と急に仲良くなったけど、なんでって。
She was all, why have you suddenly been so buddy-buddy with Nishiju this past month?
こいつ何言ってんだって最初は思ったんだけど。
At first, I thought, what is she talking about?
そもそも俺、普通だったらお前みたいなやつとは絶対関わろうとしねえんだよな。
For starters, I normally would never approach a guy like you.
リミを通して知り合ったってのは、なんとなく記憶にあるんだけどよ。細かいことはなぜか思い出せねえんだよな。
I sort of remember knowing you through Rimi, but I can't seem to remember anything beyond that, really. It was the same. It was the same situation I'd experienced earlier. Stop it. I don't want this. Don't say anything else, please. You could have just talked about girls like you always do. So why, today of all days, did you have to...
お前さ、
Hey, Taku,
いつ俺とダチになったんだっけ？
when did we become pals again? I got too freaked out, so I instantly hung up. I felt like I was about to cry, yet new tears came. It simply felt like my heart was being torn to shreds. Next, I decided to try calling home. Despite how hard my fingers are trembling, I somehow managed to select the number and press the call button. Nanami had registered this one. I hadn't put it in myself, so there was no doubt the call would go through. Considering what time it was, would my dad be home? Had my mom left already? Was Nanami there? Even if I did connect, what would I even say? Hey, I'm your son, right? They'd probably think I was screwing with them, that I was being stupid. And in truth, it was a stupid question. What if they said no? What if they said our son Takumi is eating dinner with his sister in the living room? What if the phone call that was supposed to prove I was real actually did the exact opposite? What if they asked, "Who are you?" As the negative thoughts continued to swell up in my mind, I grew more and more afraid. I didn't want to know the outcome. I was really scared, and I couldn't control it. I felt like I was about to go insane. My breathing grew ragged. I could barely breathe anymore. Right then, the call connected. With the phone next to my ear, I prepared myself.
あなたがおかけになった電話番号は現在使われておりません。番号をご確認の上、もう一度おかけ直しください。
We're sorry. Okay. No one would prove that I was me. There was no one that could. I wanted to die. Yeah, there was a disconnected number. Raising my head, I noticed Yamanote Dori in front of me, with lots of cars coming and going. Maybe it was for the best that I died. There was no value in a fake being alive. I was worthless. Even if a monster did try and live in this world, they just end up being persecuted. I had neither hopes nor dreams. We're gonna go positive. We need some positivity in this life. My existence itself was repulsive to people. I wanted to be freed from all of this. If I died, I'd be free. After all, there'd be no more need to think. There'd be nothing more to suffer from. There'd be no one to laugh at me. There'd be no one to betray me. I wanted nothingness. With my own 2 feet, I took a single step forward. Or at least, I intended to. But my legs didn't move an inch. They wouldn't do it for me. And before I realized, my knees had started trembling. I couldn't gather the courage. Despite how much I wanted to die, the fear of death wouldn't allow me to take even a single step forward. I wanted to die, and yet I also feared death. I didn't understand. I couldn't grasp my own feelings anymore. Did I want to live or die? Which was it? I wanna die. I clenched my teeth, closed my eyes, and repeated to myself, I wanna die. But, just as I had feared, my legs wouldn't move. Seeing the steel cars pass by so quickly, the thought of getting run over by one of those high-speed weapons came to mind. My body froze completely. But I wanna die. In the end, I sank to the ground. At what should have been the end of it all, I finally got to know how much of a pussy I was. How much of a spoiled brat I was. I ended up thinking about what would be most convenient for me. If I can't move from here, what if a car skids on the road and runs into me on the sidewalk? How nice it would be if some act of God like that had me die. As Sakihara Rimi walked beneath the Shibuya Station underpass, she took out her cell phone. she had walked straight here after parting ways with Takumi. She then selected the number registered in her address book as Nana-chan and placed a call. They picked up very next moment.
私
Ah, yeah, it's me.
実はちょっとした報告があります。
Truth is, I have something to report.
ナナちゃんをこれから助けに行こうと思って。
I think it's time to go and save Nana-chan now. Rimi had an idea of where Nanami was being held, as well as who had abducted her. A theory she had only come to because she had been in a similar situation herself once before. It was a past she wanted to forget, but it was one that she was ready to confront in order to rescue Nanami, no matter how steeped in darkness those memories may be. The reaction of whom she had called was exactly as Rimi had predicted, leading her to inevitably start laughing.
私って信用されてないな。平気だってば。
You don't trust me, do you? I'm telling you, it'll be fine. Both her voice and expression were cheerful. Not an ounce of the grim resolve she carried could be felt. To an outside observer, it would simply look as if she was having a fun, engaging conversation.
昔の話だしね。
Besides, that's all in the past.
そもそも私の感情とナナちゃんを助けることとどっちを優先させるかなんて決まりきってることだよ。
If I have to choose between my feelings or saving Nana-chan, I think it's pretty obvious which one I'm gonna pick.
言ったでしょ。私はあなたの力になりたいって。
Like I told you, I want to be your strength.
それに特には関わらせたくない。
But also, I don't want to drag Taku into this. As she said that, Rimi's expression clouded over.
ねえ、ちょっとだけ語っちゃっていいかな。
Hey, is it okay if I tell you something? It won't take long.
タクにね、いろいろひどいこと言っちゃったんだ。
I told Taku a lot of awful things.
しかもそんなことしておいてすごく自分勝手なんだけど。
And while I know it's selfish to say this after everything I've done,
私彼と一緒に過ごした時間はとっても楽しかったって思っちゃってるんだ。
all the time I spent together with him, it was all really, really fun.
何もかもが妄想でまみれたまやかしでしかなかったのに。
Even though it was all make-believe, even though it was all steeped in delusions,
学生生活も
my school life,
あの学校に私やタクが通ってることも
Taku and I going to that school,
大ちんと友達だっていうことも
being friends with Daichin,
私がタクと一緒にいようとしたことも
me trying hard to stay by Taku's side,
タクの存在そのものも
and even Taku's existence itself. Little by little, Rimi's pace slowed. Multiple strangers passed by her.
タクってどうしようもないくらい情けなくてどうしようもないくらい弱くてきっと普通の女だったら見向きもしないような男の子なんだよ。
Taku is so helpless, weak, and pathetic. He's the kind of boy a normal girl would never even look at, let alone go near. As she spoke, she squeezed the hand she held the cell phone with.
なのに私の心には楽しかったっていう気持ちがあるの。
And yet, despite it all, my heart tells me how fun it was.
なのに私の心にはもっと一緒にいたかったっていう気持ちがあるの。
Despite it all, my heart tells me how much I wanted to spend more time with him.
この気持ちって何なのかな。
What do these feelings mean? Looking up, she saw the neon lit night sky. No stars were in sight. For an ephemeral moment, Remy stood beneath it. A slight smile rose to her face when she received a response.
さてと、そろそろ切るね。
Well, I've got to hang up now.
本当に大丈夫だって。あなたは何も心配しないで。私が全部決着をつけてくるから。
It'll be fine, really. You don't have to worry about a thing. I promise I'll put an end to everything myself.
ね。
Okay?
匠。
Takumi? Hmm. Having lost all of my willpower, before I realized it, I found myself back on my base. I didn't know how I'd gotten here after failing to die at Yamanodori. My memory was hazy.
このコンテナって誰がどうやってここまで運んだんだろう。
This container? Who put it here? And how? It was something I'd never even thought about until now. But now that I couldn't help but notice how odd it felt. The more I thought about it, the more the feeling encroached upon my mind. The moment I closed the door, the room went pitch black. Leaning against the door, I simply stood there, still as could be. Inside the quiet room, all that could be heard was the sound of my shallow breathing and the hum of the fan inside my PC. I thought that maybe surrounding myself in darkness would make things easier, since I wouldn't have to be conscious of my pitiful self, but it had the exact opposite effect. Unable to see anything, and with nothing else to listen to, Remy's cruel words from before repeated endlessly in my mind.
あなたは妄想の存在なんだよ。
You are a delusionary existence. My own moans disgusted me more than ever before. I even felt nauseous. I was already a disgusting freak even before all this, but if my very existence itself was warped, I was already beyond saving. I wanted to disappear completely. As I tripped over the trash scattered across the floor, I stumbled my way to the end of the room. I turned the lights on, scaring away the dark. I then grabbed the Sierraton figure, post-awakening version, that had just so happened to enter my line of sight, and sat down in my chair. I brought her close to my chest. She was really small, and she was really hard too. She didn't breathe, nor did she speak. She didn't have the warmth the 3D girl had. Despite that, she was all I had left. Remy had left me. I didn't know where Nanami was. Sana had attacked me. Kazupi hadn't protected me. Yua was my enemy. And Iyase was hospitalized. These were the only girls I knew the names of, and none of them would do anything for me. Go positive. Reality was harsh. It didn't give a damn about a monster like me. With my trembling hands, I tightened the grip on Sierraton, then tighter, tight enough to break her. I wanted to disappear completely.
消えなくたってこれまでタッキーは存在感ゼロだったっしょ。
Even if you don't disappear, you haven't had much of a presence up till now anyway, righto? I felt a sudden pain deep in my chest. To think even Saratan would say such horrible things to me.
ひどいことも何も本当のことだよ。
Oh, hush up. Forget horrible. It's the truth.
消えたいとか言ってるくせに図星疲れたぐらいでへこむんだ。
And despite you saying you want to disappear, you nearly spring a leak just from me reading you like an open book.
タッキーはさ、この1ヶ月ぐらい調子に乗ってたよね。
You got real carried away this past month, Taki.
周りの人たち、特に女子だよね。可愛い子たちとリア充みたく話すようになっちゃって。
You started to talk all normie-like with people around you, especially girls.
それまではさ、友達なんて一人もいなくて引きこもってたのに。
Even though up till then you had no friends, and you stayed shut up in your room all day.
でも、逆に考えれば、またその頃みたいな生活に戻るってだけなのさ。
But if you look on the bright side, you'll realize that if you just use your brain a little bit, all you've got to do is go back to how you were. Go back?
そう、戻る。
Yeah, go back.
誰とも会っちゃダメ。誰も信じちゃダメ。
Going out and socializing is a big no-no. And trusting people? Even worse.
本物なのか偽物なのかとかどうでもいい。そんなの誰にも証明できないし。
Who cares if you're real or fake or whatever else? No one can prove that either way.
タッキーは私だけ見てればいいさ。
You should just look at me and me alone for the rest of your life.
前はそれだけで十分幸せだったっしょ。
You were more than happy with that before, righto?
そう感じなくなっちゃったのはタッキーに近づいてきたあの女子たちのせいだよ。
It's all because of those girls that came up to you that you stopped feeling like that.
あんなアバズレビッチどもとはさ、会わない方がいいって絶対。
So you should just stay away from those nasty old hoe bags. No two ways about it.
そうか、そういうことか。
So that's how it is. The ones who'd gotten involved with me were at fault. It was their fault. Rimi's and everyone else's, not mine. I'd become a shut-in again, starting with Sierratan. I'd live here, surrounded by my waifus as a person with no name, an anonymous existence. Sounds good to me. What about you, Sierratan?
そういうこと。
You know it, Snookums.
タッキーは私が幸せにしてあげる。
I'm the only one for you, Taki. I'll make you happy. Sierratan spoke cheerfully from within my grasp, and I was hit with a strong sense of disgust towards myself. Who had made her do so? I'm such a fucking disgrace. I wanted to die even more than before. Human presence quickly faded from the hospital, cloaked in night. Perhaps after taking in all the life and death during the day, it took this time to regain balance. At this time, the hospital housed neither the scent of life nor the scent of death. Only a quiet emptiness reigned. Ban Yasuji chuckled to himself as he realized the odd nature of his thoughts. Despite the minor self-flagellation, it did indeed feel especially quiet tonight. It was not yet time for the lights to be on, leaving the corridor steeped in darkness. There was not even a single sign of any nurses. Immediately after stepping foot into the lobby, Ban was hit with a very bad feeling. There was no logical reasoning behind it. It was simply what one might call a detective's gut. My gut is usually right for the most part. In his mind, he believed it to be an oddly superstitious thought, but this may have simply been a way to dismiss the feeling. While the taxi had driven him to the hospital, Van had attempted to call Sua's phone numerous times, but each and every one of them had failed, which only served to demonstrate his junior's precarious situation all the more clearly. There was no time to waste. He had to find the place where Sue was being held within the large hospital and rescue him, all while not being detected by the kidnapper. The linoleum floor would have made his footsteps echo. To avoid this, Van took off his shoes before entering the lobby. Winter was swiftly approaching at this time of year, a fact Van was readily made aware of when the chill from the floor sent shivers up his soles. Ban-san. The sound of an automatic front door echoed throughout the room, followed by the voice of a girl calling out Ban's name. The surprise of seeing her in the lobby put Ban at a loss for words. He hurried toward her in a panic. Beyond her glasses, her eyes threw anxious glances at her surroundings.
おい、なんでついてきたんだ。身を隠せって言っただろうね。
Why'd you follow me? I told you to hide somewhere safe.
すみません。でも、私。
I'm sorry, but Ban looked for any signs of Mimose, but she was nowhere to be seen. Realizing she had come alone, Ban scratched the top of his head with a concerned expression.
今すぐ戻れ。これは遊びじゃねえんだぞ。
You need to leave now. This isn't a game.
それは分かっているつもりです。
I understand that. I do, but
分かってるなら帰るんだ。
if you understand, then take your butt back. Right as he spoke, a creaking sound came from the hallway across the lobby. In the very center of this empty, dark hallway, slowly, an empty wheelchair made its way toward Ban and Yua. Then, nearly at the same exact time, someone could be heard running up the stairs.
とにかくユアちゃんは帰れ。いいな。
Yua-chan, get out of here, now. You hear me? Before he had even finished giving his warning, Ban had already started running. He followed the footsteps up the stairs without waiting for Yua's answer. Given his typical languid demeanor, the speed at which Ban moved was like nothing anyone could have ever imagined. As he followed the footsteps, Ban found himself on the roof of the outpatient ward. There were lines of shrubbery installed on the rooftop, forming a garden of sorts. It was most likely a space of healing for patients there, but regrettably, as the lights were off, Ban could not see what kind of flowers were blooming there. Given the fact that Ban was on the roof, it was only natural that the wind would blow strong. With ragged breaths, Ban quickly surveyed his surroundings. Without a shadow of a doubt, this was where the man behind the footsteps must have ran, but now, he was nowhere to be seen. Was I led here on purpose? The man had fled while causing sounds that seemed purposeful. Ban could not think of any other reason for him to have done that aside from leading him here. Ban did not have his gun on him. As he was apprehensive about being unarmed, he looked for something that could serve as a weapon, but to no avail. With a gulp, he wiped away the sweat on his forehead with his fingers. Step by step, he made his way to the center of the garden. Here and there, Ban could see a few hiding spots tucked within the shadows of the benches and shrubbery. He put himself into a fully alert state, one in which he could respond to a potential attacker no matter the direction they came from. The garden was set up in circular fashion, with benches placed around it in accordance with its shape. Ban strained his eyes as he looked at each bench in order, and on one of those benches, his eyes landed upon a strange object. Keeping a close eye on his surroundings, he slowly approached the bench. As he got closer to it, its shape was made clear to him. It was around the size of a soccer ball, round and dark. It was a severed human head. Ban, who had investigated countless murder cases involving dismemberment in the past, quickly recalled an image of a photo he had once seen. The bad feeling in his chest grew stronger and stronger. Recognizing the possibility of being its junior's head, vengeful anger and furious rage toward the perpetrator bubbled up from within. Ban gritted his teeth and drew even closer to the bench. The object did not move a single inch. The wind of the night continued to blow. Then, Ban heard a gunshot. He froze in response to the sudden sound. Normally, the detective would duck and investigate the direction of the sound to come from, but he was unable to do even that. No. In actuality, there was no need for him to do that anymore. Feeling a burning heat in his chest, Ban touched it with his hand. A slippery sensation. Something was flowing out from his body, accompanied by a very particular smell of blood. Only a short moment following the gunshot did Ban's mind begin to register pain within him. He had been shot. The moment he realized this, all strength left his legs. Unable to remain standing, he collapsed to the ground. The footsteps from earlier were approaching him. As his vision grew blurry, he desperately looked up at the person drawing near. A dark shadow, with a gun in its hand. A shadow so dark, Ban could not recognize its face. Man, is that Sua? A voice came.
手を引けって言ったのに。
I told you to back off, but you just couldn't help yourself. A voice he recognized.
残念っすよ、先輩。
A real shame, sir. Ban, collapsed in a heap, was met with the ridicule of one man, Sua Mamoru.
すわがお前が俺を
You shot me?
そうっす。いやー、祝初発砲ってところっすか？
You bet. Guess it's time to celebrate my first shot while out on the field, huh? As he laughed into the night, Sua casually picked up the object from the bench.
ちなみに先輩、やけにこれに注目してたっすけど、そんなに珍しかったんすか？
While I've got you here, sir, you're eyeing this an awful lot. Is it really that weird to see?
ダーススパイダーのヘルメット。
This Darth Spider helmet, I mean. Sua, who had now returned to Ban, held the dark helmet in front of the detective's face in an ostentatious manner.
ざまねえ
Serves me right. As Ban laughed, his vision grew blurrier and blurrier. Both his arms and legs felt completely frigid. His chest hurt, but not just from the physical pain. He also felt an intense gaze upon him, but he had no more strength to conclude whether it was Sua's or someone else's. Knowing that his life would only last a few more minutes, Ban forced his growingly heavy body to face upward. With arms and legs outstretched, only the night sky lay above him. A sky overcast, with no stars to be seen. But even if there were any left in the sky, Ban had long since lost the ability to see them. After a few coughs, the taste of blood spread through his mouth. Sue, I've got a word.
お前はバカだ。まだガキでどうしようもないくらいのバカなデカだ。
You're a schmuck, and you're still a hopeless kid. A boneheaded schmuck of a detective, beyond help.
だが、俺はお前のこと結構買ってた。
But still, I never once doubted ya.
自分は先輩が鬱陶しくてしょうがなかったっすよ。
You were giving us way too much trouble, sir. Nothing I could do about it.
まあ、気持ちはわかる。
I get what you mean. Ban's breathing grew increasingly shallow. Only a faint wheezing sound could be heard leaking from his throat. Before long, he'd be unable to perceive anything anymore.
何者なんだ、お前。
Who the hell are you? With his consciousness fading in and out, Ban spoke one final question, and in response, Sua pointed the muzzle at Ban, then gave his reply.
魔法使いっす。
I'm a bona fide wizard.
バカが。
Ha, you schmuck. Before either of them could realize it, the wind had stopped blowing. The darkness had quickly turned to a place of serenity, and within it, two figures remained frozen still. But that, too, remained only for an ephemeral moment. Sua's finger, now curled around the trigger, slowly moved inward.
先輩に信仰の救いあれ。
May the divine light save you, sir. If he was already dead and dying, I mean, he was about to die, why waste a bullet? Okay. After all this, TM, only now you become Junie? Laugh my ass off. That's grim. Or were you rejected by an IRL girl? In that case, I've got some good news for you. If you stay a virgin till 30, you become a wizard. That's a pro tip. Speaking of pro tips, apparently there's going to be a festival in about an hour. It'll be at Shibuya's Scramble Crossing. They're trying to meet up. Jesus, you're annoying. What the fuck? Well, if that's what you want, you should go. You're a celebrity, so you'll be the center of attention. Maybe you can get someone there to kill you. Turning off my PC monitor, I hugged my knees with my arms.
僕を殺してよ。誰か。
Someone, please, kill me. She's young, big bro.
鬼ってば。
Do you hear me in there? In my hand was Siratan, my one and only ally.
おーい、開けろ。
Hey, open up. Perhaps because I'd been holding her in my sweaty hands for a while, her slender limbs were all sticky. And not only that, but her arms had been bent.
こら、開けろ。
Come on, open up. That voice. Wait. I just had a thought. She is saying no more delusions, and he's having a bunch of them. That voice. It couldn't be hell.
バカ鬼。
You big jerk. There's no way I'd misheard that. Out of every girl that visited my base, there was only one dumbass that would scream outside like that. Then Ami was here. We're just gonna go with the nothing, neutral. I was somewhat surprised at how indifferent I felt in response to that fact. I just didn't care. What would her coming here while I was this far gone even do for me? Besides, it wasn't like it was out of the ordinary for Nanami to come here. Hadn't Rimi said that she was going to rescue her anyway?
開けないとひどいんだからね。
If you don't open that door right now, then you're really mean. The noise was starting to irritate me. Just leave a monster like me alone. Nanami should have been focused on her right hand, not me. Not that I knew what had happened to it. I didn't have it in me to talk to anyone anymore.
鬼。
Hey! But she was being too loud, so I was forced to get up from my chair and head for the door. The door seemed oh so far away to me, which made me realize I was scared to see her. The second I opened the door, Nanami shivered a little, then fell silent.
鬼。
Big bro. Even though she'd been shouting at the top of her lungs just a few moments ago, she was acting strangely meek now. I was confused. I'd barely ever seen Nanami act like this. So a thought crossed my mind. Was this Nanami real?
いるなら早く出てよ。
If you were here, you should have answered sooner.
入っていい？
Can I come in? I didn't answer. Ignoring her question, I headed back into my room and sat down on the sofa. I once again took hold of my Seratin figure and gripped her tight. So tight, in fact, that my hand hurt slightly. But it didn't matter, because that pain, too, was a delusion. Nanami followed after me, entering the room in silence. Once she came inside, as if she didn't know what to do at that point, she moved aside the magazine scattered across the floor and squatted down. She didn't speak, even though normally she'd have started scolding me the second she got the chance. She looked at the fixed point on the ground as she hugged her knees close. She had a depressed look on her face. A bandage was barely visible beneath the sleeve on her right wrist. I was about to say, if you sit like that, I'll see your panties, but stopped myself. This Nanami had to be a delusion. I was one too, after all. Everything in this world was made up of delusions. Delusions developed only within my mind. Both me and this delusion I was looking at were fake. So if I saw her panties, or even if she walked around town buck naked, it made no difference to me whatsoever. Averting my gaze from Nanami, I looked up at the ceiling. With no particular goal in mind, I started counting the rusty spots. I didn't want to look at Nanami. I'd only feel empty if I did. Silence took over. Only the sound of the fan on my PC could be heard throughout the cramped room. Even though every time Nanami came to my base, it turned into my own personal hell. One that was annoying as could be. I still felt that way. But those memories, too, might have been delusions.
ねえ、お兄。
Hey, big bro.
何か喋ってよ。
Say something. A voice devoid of all energy. This couldn't be Nanami. Therefore, she must have been a delusion.
どうして何も言ってくんないの？
Why won't you say anything?
包帯のこととか気になんないの？
Doesn't the bandage worry you? I concentrated on my task of counting the rusty spots. I don't care. You're a delusion. Even if you were the real one, I'm completely unrelated to you. I'm a delusion, so I'm not related to you by blood.
何か言って。お願いだから。
Say something, please. The sound of rustling cloth rang throughout the quiet room, followed by a ringing in my ears. My head hurt. These two were delusions, though, so I paid them no mind. Whether Nanami was throwing off her clothes, taking off her bandage, or doing something unthinkable, it wouldn't surprise me. I didn't care. This was a delusion, and so was I. Even if there wasn't a concrete line of logic, it was the obvious conclusion to reach. And that was the end of that.
ほら、見てよ。
Hey, look. I wasn't going to look. I was too afraid.
青あざ、だいぶ消えてくれたな。最初はすごく腫れてたんだよ。
Thankfully, the bruise is pretty much gone now. It was super swollen at first.
バスケしてて、転んで打撲したんだ。
I was playing basketball when I fell pretty hard.
見てもくれないの？
Won't you at least look at it?
ナナってお兄に心配されたこと一度もないな。
And then again, you've never really worried about me before, huh, big bro?
逆はしょっちゅうなのに。
Even though I always worry about you. I didn't want to see anything. I didn't want to think about anything.
ねえ、ナナミ。
Nanami. Without meeting her eyes, I called out to my sister, or to the girl whose identity I wasn't sure of.
お前が本物でも もう偽物でもどっちでもいいよ。
I don't care whether you're real or fake, so right now, I only want one thing.
僕を殺してくれないか。
Won't you kill me? At the front entrance to Tokyo General Hospital, Kusunoki Yua fixed her gaze beyond the automatic door. Having been told by Ban to get out of here now, she had reluctantly complied and went outside. However, in her worry, she could not bring herself to go any farther. Ban had followed the mysterious figure and vanished up the hospital stairs. It had not even been 3 minutes since then, but hoping the Ban had already returned, Yua peeked into the lobby. This was after Ban had headed into the hospital alone. Yua had ignored Mimosa's orders and followed in after him. Also, she could get one step closer to the truth behind her little sister's death, and the true perpetrator. That person that had told Ban to back off over the phone and had abducted Ban's Jr., someone who must have been named Sua-san, was most likely the same one that had killed her sister Mia. That was the feeling Yua had, and as such, she had been unable to hold back her impulsive emotions. So is Sua Shogun? Or is wait, I just thought of something. Is Sua a delusion of himself, like Nishiju is supposedly, and he's actually an old man in a wheelchair? Despite Ban's various warnings about the dangers of involving herself with this case, Yua had come nonetheless. Moreover, it was not as though Yua would not be able to achieve anything by coming here. She was nothing more than a powerless high schooler after all. Somewhere in her mind, Yua hoped that Ban would simply come running gallantly back after apprehending the culprit. If that happened, she would have the opportunity to question them directly. Why did my sister have to die? That was one thing Yua had to ask. Suddenly, Yua felt a gaze upon her. She nervously scanned her surroundings. It had not even been 2 hours since the sun had set, yet oddly enough, the hospital's front entrance was eerily quiet. Right next to it was the urgent care entrance, which also served as the entrance for emergencies, and yet, not even there housed any signs of a human presence. A train gently ran along its tracks beside the hospital. Hardly any cars passed by the large street in front of it, and there was nary a single passerby. Housed between the sleepless cities of Shibuya and Shinjuku, where Yua was now akin to an abyss of darkness, formed in the interstice of 2 bursts of blinding light. No figure that could conceivably be responsible for the gaze was visible. Holding back her anxiety, Yua placed her hand on her chest and let out a small sigh. Following this, she found herself glancing over at the hospital ward. There, at the entrance to the hospital ward, stood a single girl. The lights were out, rendering the area very dimly lit, and yet the girl's figure was clearly visible amid the darkness.
Mia-chan.
Mia-chan. Without intending to, Yua whispered that name. Her sense of reason told her it was impossible, but nonetheless, she could not keep those words from escaping. The girl was a mirror image of her, a mirror image of her twin sister that was no longer of this world. Moreover, Yua recognized the clothes she was wearing. She knew almost for a fact that they were her sister's clothes. The possibility of her perhaps being a ghost filled Yua with fear. Fear that made her hair stand on end. Suddenly, the girl turned and headed for the automatic door marking the entrance to the hospital ward. The moment she grew close enough, the door quietly slid open. It isn't a ghost. Yua was in shock, but before she could register anything more, she promptly ran after the girl and ran into the hospital ward. Inside, perhaps due to it being past closing time, it was even quieter than outside. Each time Yua took a step forward, her footsteps echoed forth into the depths of the corridor. It had been just the same in the outpatient ward, but the fact that it was even quieter here made it very uneasy. The girl had disappeared up the stairs. Yua heard the faint sound of laughter coming from ahead. It's like a scene straight from a ghost story. With that on her mind, Yua cautiously made her way up the stairs, step by step. She arrived on the second floor. Glancing around the corridor, she did not see anyone, something she had expected. But, just as she was suspecting that it may have been a mere illusion, a girl's laughter sounded from the floor above. That voice and the sound of its laughter were identical to what Yua had heard time and time again in the past. Climbing to the third floor and looking down the corridor, Yua saw a girl with the same face as her, standing there. One of the victims of the first Nugent case, the group dive, her little sister, who should have died 2 months ago. Kusunoki Mia was standing right there, with an unmistakable sense of presence. That's impossible. Yua removed her glasses and rubbed her eyes. However, even after putting her glasses back on, she looked to see that Mia was still there.
Mia-chan, nano?
Is it you, Mia-chan? What do you think? A voice so clear, it could never be an illusion. And that intrepid smile on her face, that laughter in the air, it was exactly the same as Yua remembered from her sister. Mia had always acted this very same way. In order for her to be the wrongdoer in the eyes of others, she had laughed like that all the time.
Mia-chan.
Mia-chan.
本当に私がミアであなたがユアだと思う？
Do you really think that I'm Mia and you're Yua?
どういうこと？
What do you mean?
もし逆だったら？
What if you've got it backward?
あなたはミア、死んだのはユア、殺したのはあなた。
You're Mia. You is the one who died, and you're the one who killed her.
何を言っているの？
What are you saying?
あなたは親に愛される姉が疎ましくてネットで殺人を依頼したのよ。
You were so displeased with the love your parents had for your older sister. You went online and hired an assassin.
しかも自殺に見せかけるように見ず知らずの4人も一緒に飛び降りさせた。
And on top of that, to make it seem like you made 4 strangers jump off alongside her.
あなたは姉になりすまして妹の死を悲しみ涙を流しているふりをしながらこれまで姉が独占していた親の愛を手に入れて心の中ではほくそ笑んでいる。
You posed as the poor big sister mourning her little sister's death, tears full of deceit running down your face. And once you finally got your parents' love that they only had for your big sister, you laughed from the deepest depths of your heart.
違うわ。
You're wrong.
私はユアよ。
Yua.
誰がそれを証明するの？
And who can prove that exactly?
私はユアのはず。
I should be Yua,
でも確信が持てない。
but you're not sure.
私を私だと証明するものって何？
What can prove that I am me?
顔？名前？記憶？
Your face? Your name? Your memories?
自分のことなのに。
Even though it's me,
自分で自分を証明するなんて不可能。
I can't prove who I myself am.
私がミヤだっていう可能性もあるの。
Could it be that I'm Mia?
あなたはいろいろと調べていたじゃない。
Didn't you look into all sorts of things?
多重人格、浮遊病、
Multiple personalities, sleepwalking,
記憶捏造、それから妄想。
fabricated memories, and lastly, delusions. The concepts Yua herself had been looking into prior to now showed just how real the ambiguity of her memories, or perhaps recollections, truly was. She didn't know, nor understand herself anymore. What was she? Yua cradled her head as she shook it in denial.
あなたは誰？
Who am I? Who are you? Was she Yua, who had always played the good child and was automatically loved and cherished by her parents? Was she Mia, who had always played the bad child and was actively hated by her parents? The child who, despite her actions being her own, oft cast her sister glares of jealousy and hatred.
さあ、私も。
Now, Mia, or possibly Yua, guided Yua, or possibly Mia, as she walked down the corridor soundlessly.
私と同じ目に遭いなさい。
Shall suffer the same fate as you. Yua and Mia, identical twins, faces a mirror image of one another, and the boundary that served to differentiate the two was growing more and more blurred. Two enormous boxes stood tall within the darkness. And yet, compared to the nearby Shinjuku skyscrapers, they were akin to a small child looking up to the parents. The hospital roof, that was where Yua found herself, having been led there by Mia. A section of the towering fence had been torn open just wide enough to allow a person to fit through it. Whether this was an intentional effort, none could say. Mia and Yua, after moving through the torn section to the outer side of the fence, both now stood at the edge of the roof. Before them, the outpatient ward. As that location was lower than the hospital ward, the entire breadth of the roof garden was visible to them. However, the lights were still turned off, so even if there were people there, you would be unable to know. The wind blew strongly on the rooftop. The gale made Yua and Mia's soft hair flutter, along with the hems of their clothes.
私たちはもともと一つだったんだから。
In the beginning, we were both one.
また戻るだけ。
So now, we are simply returning to one again.
一歩を踏み出せば。
Should I take just one step?
あなたは私になる。
I shall become you. I shall become you. Yua, her eyes vacant of all light, mechanically whispered those emotionless words. Spreading her arms to maintain her balance, she endured the upward rising wind. Beside her, Mia, arms spread just as Yua's were, looked at her sister and smiled.
耐える必要なんてないよ。
You don't have to endure it for long.
あなたは私の痛みを知らなくちゃならない。
But you do have to learn what it feels like, my pain.
さあ、飛んで。
So, time to jump.
そうすれば、私もあなたも同じ痛みを共有するわ。
That way, both you and I will share the same pain.
私はどっちなの？私？あなた？
Which am I? Me? You?
それを聞いても意味はないわ。
There's no point in asking that.
どっちにしたって。
No matter which it is,
私は飛ぶ。
I will jump. You'll jump. All hesitation left within Yua disappeared, and so, moving her foot forward, she... A gunshot tore through the dark night, and with a start, Yua came to her senses. Realizing where she was, she let out a frightful scream. The sheer height of where she stood immediately disoriented her, making her lose her balance. She very nearly fell, but in her desperation, she shot her hand toward the fence behind her and grabbed onto it. Because of this, she successfully managed to avoid being met with a terrible fate. The gunshot had come from the roof of the outpatient ward, leading her to look at it once more. In the circular clearing of the roof garden, she managed to spot multiple figures. There were two of them. One was on the ground, and the other stood beside them.
Ban-san.
Ban-san. Had the detective shot someone, or had the detective been shot by someone?
何をしてるの？
What are you doing?
どうして私と同じ痛みを味わおうとしないの？
Why won't you suffer the same pain as me?
そんなの卑怯よ。ずるいわ。
You're such a coward. Do you realize how unfair that is?
みやちゃん。
Mia-chan.
違うわ。私はユアよ。
No, I'm Yua.
ユアは私。
But I'm Yua.
ミヤはあなた。
No, you're Mia.
あなたは一体何なの？
What on earth are you?
私はあなたの望んだもの。
I am what you wished for.
あなたは私の望んだもの。
You are what I wished for. Mia reached for her sister, placing her hands around Yua's neck. She began to strangle her. Yua felt a strong pressure on her throat. She could no longer breathe. Mia was no ghost. She definitely had a body of flesh and blood, and now she was strangling Yua with it.
お願い、死んでよ。
Please, die for me.
今日ぐらい私のお願いを聞いて。
Just this once, do this for me.
いつも我慢してきたんだから。
I've endured this all alone for far too long. Yua's vision grew crimson. She reached her hands out into the air in front of her, but found herself unable to grasp anything. I'm going to die. Awash with the most extreme dread, using her whole body, Yua called upon the strength she did not even know she had as she tried desperately to break free from Mia's grasp. But Mia was too strong. Yua was unable to move her even a single inch. Even Yua's thoughts were dyed crimson. It felt as though her consciousness was being coated in a layer of viscous blood. In a desperate frenzy, she shook her head so violently, her glasses fell from her face. And from that point onward, to an outside observer, Yua and Mia were no longer distinguishable. It did not matter who killed whom. The result was arbitrary. If Yua died, all Mia would have to do is become Yua. If Mia died, all Yua would have to do is become Mia. Feelings of resignation steadily spread throughout Yua's heart. Before her eyes was Mia's, or possibly Yua's face, seeping with anger. Not wanting to see such a sight, she looked away. and what vaulted into her red field of view was the shrubbery and the flowers adorning the roof garden. In her mind, Yua felt there was a shadow among those flowers, the likes of which she had never seen before. Though perhaps it was simply an illusion, she had dropped her glasses in the struggle after all. However, no longer able to breathe and suffering from so much pain, a faint sense of peace gradually rose from within her. Despite her thoughts of simply surrendering herself and peacefully passing on, her instinctive desire not to die denied her of that peace. It made Yua extend her hand toward that disparate shadow. Her distance from the shrubbery was about 2 meters. How was she now? There was no way she would reach it, even if she were to extend her hand. And yet, her fingertips touched something hard and cold. She then grasped it, almost completely unconsciously. The second she did so, Kusunoki Yua's consciousness, right on the verge of fading, instantly became clear, as though the haze had been dispelled from her mind. There was an invisible, yet fierce impact. Her sister, rained upon by showering red lights akin to petals, was blown away. Languidly standing up as she gasped for air, Yua looked at what she was holding and instantly doubted her eyes. It was a sword. All too elegant, like the glasses worn by one. All too sharp, like the wit shown by the other. All too immaculate, all too vigorous. All too delicate, its frame easy to fracture. All too profound, its nature veiled. And so beautiful, it beckoned tears from all who laid eyes upon it. What on earth? The object now in her hands. It reminded Yua of Iyasi's sword that she had seen at the overpass, and of that sword that Ban had spoken of, Seina's.
今のは何？
What was that? Mia, after being blown away by the mysterious impact, had been buried in the shrubbery. As she held her head, she freed herself from it and crawled back to her feet.
あなたは何をしたの？
What have you done?
私は
I
みやちゃん。私やっとわかったわ。どうしてここまで一生懸命あなたの死の真相を調べていたのか。
Mia-chan, I think I finally understand why I went to such great lengths to learn the truth behind your death.
私を殺そうとしたの？私はまた殺されるところだったの？また？
Did you try to kill me? Did I almost just die again? Again?
結局私はあなたが怖かったのよ。当てつけに死なれたと思ったの。あなたがわからなかったの。
In the end, I was afraid of you. I thought you would let yourself die out of spite. I didn't understand you.
あなたが死んだ理由は私のせいじゃないって証明して安心したかった。
I wanted to prove that your death wasn't my fault. I wanted, Sniffle, to feel some kind of relief.
最低のお姉ちゃんね。
I'm the worst big sister ever, huh?
どうして死んでくれないのよ。
Why? Why won't you die? She could no longer get through to her. Their two selves, once together in the beginning, had now diverged completely, never to return to one again. Mia reached to grab her once more, reminded of the pain she'd experienced before. Yua's trembles of dread returned, leading her to... Yeah. No. Yeah, I was gonna say slice her. Brandish her sword. It carved a sharp trail, and then cut the ghost in half. Mia's movements came to a halt, and with a look of shock on her face, she traced the wound of gouged flesh with her hand, beginning from the left side of her torso and ending all the way at the right shoulder. No blood sprang forth.
ミヤちゃんは2ヶ月前に死にました。
Mia-chan died 2 months ago.
それならあなたは誰なんですか？
So, if that's true, who are you? Countless particles, large enough to be seen by the naked eye, came flowing out from within Mia. Her body, now enveloped in bubbles, gradually collapsed to the ground as her silhouette faded and faded. It was now transforming into something else. Yua, with feelings of incredulity, saw what it was. After a moment's wait, a man with impressively large physique appeared in Mia's place. He was wearing a denim shirt, jeans, and a rucksack on his back. Yua had never seen the man before.
誰？あなた誰？
Who are you?
どうしてミヤちゃんの姿に？どうやって？
Why did you turn into Mia-chan? How did... Yua backed away in confusion, still holding her D-sword. The man was similarly bewildered. He had likely not predicted that he would have been uncovered, leaving him to act in a very clearly frantic manner.
お前こそなんで
I'm the one who's confused here.
まさかこのガキギガロマニアックスか聞いてないぞ
This brat's a Giga-lo-maniac? No one fucking told me this.
くそどうしたら
Shit, what should I do? And then, ignoring gravity itself, it came flying in, its path almost horizontal. Huh? By the time the man looked behind him, it had already perforated the rucksack on his back. And from that same rucksack, a pale flash of light surged. The man, as though he had just received an electric shock, stiffened up like a pole. His eyes shot open wide, and only a moment later, he lost consciousness, falling face first to the ground. He foamed at the mouth, and every so often, his body would twitch. The object that had pierced the rucksack was a sword quite like the one Yua had obtained just a moment ago, with beautiful curves adorning its every edge.
これ
This is... Yua remembered the sword. She had seen it once before. It's a Yasi or whatever. A single presence approached her. Yua raised her head. Someone then emerged from the darkness.
何事かと思ったらこんな騒ぎになっていたのね。
I was curious about what was transpiring, but to think the disturbance would be so great.
岸本さん。
Kishimoto-san. Without a change in her expression, Yasi glanced at the sword Yua held in her hands.
感じる大いなる意志を。私がこの病院に居続けた意味はこういうことだったんだわ。
I can feel it, the greater will. So that was the meaning behind my continued stay in the hospital. Huh? Yua had sunk into the ground, dumbfounded. Yasi picked up the glasses that had fallen near her, crouched down in front of Yua, and peered at the girl's face. Then, with her slender fingers, she brushed Yua's hair aside and gently put her glasses back in place.
君もグラジオールの黒騎士だったのね。
So you, too, were one of the Black Knights of Gladiol. And with that, Yasi gave a faint, transient smile. Huh.
僕を殺してくれないか。
Won't you kill me? Nanami's face stiffened, but shortly after that, she put on a clearly forced smile.
お兄、つまんない冗談やめなよ。
Haha, I swear, you always tell the worst big joke. Oh, shit. Haha, I swear, you always tell the worst jokes, big bro. That reaction wasn't like her. Normally, she wouldn't just laugh it off. Normally, she'd angrily yell, "Don't say that, you dumb jerk," and spend the next few minutes reprimanding me. Well, not that it mattered. I didn't care. If she wouldn't kill me, I had no more business with this Nanami. She could just up and vanish for all I cared. I locked eyes with Sierra-tan. If only Sierra-tan was in third dimension, she would have gladly granted my wish. If I was going to be born a delusionary existence anyway, at least have me born in the second dimension.
ねえ、そんな冗談は置いといて、その話があるんだ。
Hey, jokes aside, I have something I need to tell you.
あのね、お兄にもらったバングル、なくしちゃったの。
So, that bangle you gave me, I lost it.
どうせ適当に扱ってたんだろうとか言わないでね。ナナ、そんなことしてないもん。本当に大切にしてたもん。
I know you want to say, why weren't you more careful? But that's the thing, I was. I really, really treasured it.
なのに、どこでなくしたのかもわかんなくて。
But I still have no clue where I lost it. What? You treasured it? Seriously? Incredible. Genuinely fucking incredible. Comedy gold, really. Besides, I gave you it, didn't I? So it's worthless anyway.
僕は妄想じゃない。僕は妄想じゃない。
I'm not a delusion. I'm not a delusion. Besides, the fact that I'd given Nanami the bangle in and of itself was suspicious. It could have been a delusion too, for all I knew. I thought she kinda just took it. That was why nothing in this world was worth anything. Each and everything in my memories was worthless.
僕は妄想じゃない。僕は妄想じゃない。
I'm not a delusion. I'm not a delusion.
お兄が初めてくれたプレゼントだったのにな。
It was the first present you ever gave me.
なんでなくしちゃったりしたんだろう。
Why did I have to lose it?
僕は妄想じゃない。僕は妄想じゃない。
I'm not a delusion. I'm not a delusion.
お兄、聞いてる？
Big bro, are you listening to me?
僕は妄想じゃない。僕は妄想じゃない。
I'm not a delusion. I'm not a delusion.
お兄はどうしていつもそうなの？
Why are you always like this? Her head hung low, and her fists clenched tight. Nanami let out a faint whisper.
たまにはお兄ちゃんらしく頼りがいのあるとこ見せてよ。
Why can't you just show your reliable side every once in a while, like a good big brother would? What now? If you're here to criticize me, you're wasting your time. After all, I'm a delusionary existence.
僕は妄想じゃない。僕は妄想じゃない。
I'm not a delusion. I'm not a delusion. All I did was stare blankly at Sarah and smile. There was no reason to listen to Nanami. It was all pointless. After all, I was a delusionary existence.
今までずっとナナがしっかりしなきゃって思って頑張ってきたけど、
Every day up until now, I've always tried my absolute hardest, all while telling myself I have to hang in there. But
でもね、やっぱりナナだってたまには誰かに甘えたいよ。
I just can't help it. After going through so much, even I want someone to take care of me sometimes, to spoil me.
誰かにじゃなくて
No, not just someone.
お兄に甘えたいよ。
I want it to be you, big bro.
僕は妄想じゃない。僕は妄想じゃない。
Not a delusion. Not a delusion.
だってお兄はナナのお兄なんだから。
You're my big brother, after all.
お兄に頼りたいって思うことナナにもあるんだよ。
I can't do everything on my own. There's things I'd like to rely on you for, you know?
僕は妄想じゃない。僕は妄想じゃない。
I'm not a delusion. I'm not a delusion.
そりゃいつもああしろこうしろ言われてお兄も嫌だろうけど、
I know you don't like being told to do stuff,
それはお兄がだらしないから仕方なく。
and you're always slacking off anyway, so I guess there's no point in trying to change that.
言いたいことはそういうことじゃなくて。
Oh, wait. That's not what I'm trying to say.
僕は妄想じゃない。僕は妄想じゃない。
I'm not a delusion. I'm not a delusion.
ナナだっていろいろ愚痴を聞いてもらいたい時とか泣きたい時とかあるんだよ。
What I'm trying to say is, even I have moments where I want someone to vent to, a shoulder to cry on, you know?
お兄に優しくしてもらいたい時とかあるんだよ。
And when that happens, I just want my big brother to be nice to me, you know?
僕は妄想じゃない。僕は妄想じゃない。
Not a delusion. I'm not a delusion.
ねえ、お兄、
Come on, big bro.
ナナの話聞いてよ。
Listen to me, please.
ナナ、今すごく悲しいんだよ。
I'm really, really sad right now.
お兄にもらった大切なバングルなくなっちゃって。
I lost my bangle that meant so much to me. The one my big bro gave me.
声出して泣きたいくらい悲しくて辛くて。
I'm so sad. And my chest hurts so much. I just want to cry and cry.
お兄に抱きしめてほしいのに。
I just want my big bro to hug me.
お兄に頭撫でて慰めてほしいのに。
I just want my big bro to pat my head.
ねえ、お兄、
Hey, big bro.
今日だけはナナのわがまま受け止めてよ。
Even if it's selfish, can I ask for that just this once? Sniffle, sob. Raising my head in a daze, I saw Nanami crying. She was hanging her head low, and while she was trying her best to hold them in, her tears ran down her pained face all the same. Upon opening a glass door, the very moment Remy entered what appeared to be a lobby, a twitch of fear ran through her. A chill breeze, cold enough to freeze her over, crept up her legs. There was no sign of anyone. A fact that was obvious for this place, and this place alone. And yet, when Remy thought about what awaited her ahead, she could not help but wish that someone could have been there with her. Before her was a soundproof door, a door akin to those in the movie theater. From a small crack within that gateway, the chilled breeze came wafting through. The breeze was accompanied by a white haze, a haze akin to the smoke that rose from dry ice. Remy fiercely bit down on her lip. In her hands was her D-sword, already real booted.
だから大丈夫。
I'll be fine.
だから。
Oh.
怖がっちゃダメだ。
It'll be fine, so no more being scared. Desperately telling herself that, she gulped a single time before proceeding to burst open the soundproof door with her shoulder. Remy's eyes went wide at the scene she saw before her. There stood a device that was beyond enormous. Enshrined in the center of the dome-shaped room, it could be described only as a monster. An ominous sound rang faintly throughout the spacious room. It was a low-pitched noise, akin to the deep growl of a beast, a sound that signified the device's operation.
の圧
Noah too.
もう動いてるんだ。
It's already running.
君のおかげですよ。
All thanks to you. A voice replied to Remy's vexed murmurs. The moment she heard that voice, Remy felt her very soul tremble.
崎畑リミ。1年半ぶりですね。
Sakihata Remy. It's been a year and a half since we last met, has it not? Remy's instinct was to be engulfed in fear. Shivers rose from the depths of her heart. Abominable memories attacked her consciousness. Her grim past was on the brink of being resurrected. To endure such a threat, Remy strengthened the grasp on her D-sword and lightly shook her head. Once she regained her hold, she shifted her gaze toward the voice. Right beside the enormous device, Noah too, was him. The figure of a man donned in a suit. By his side, Nana-chan was Nishiju Nanami, held captive. Her uniform was torn, and a bandage soaked with blood was wrapped around her right wrist. Her head hung toward the floor, and she looked terribly, terribly pale. Faced with such a pitiable sight, Remy was at a loss for words. Crucified in Jesus of Nazareth's likeness. No, what held her now could not be called a cross. It was something far different, for it took the shape of pure, unadulterated malice. The entirety of this world's evil. The entirety of this world's disorder. The entirety of this world's immorality. It would be no exaggeration to refer to it as a symbol sculpted to those very attributes. It looks like a D-sword.
君がこの1年半どこで何をしていたかについて興味はありませんが
I have no interest in knowing where you've been, nor what you've been doing these past 18 months. All I must say,
困りますねあまりうろちょろされると
is that having you loiter here presents quite the trouble. The man, Noros Kenichi, spoke in a peaceful tone, but his voice was embedded with the sharpness of a blade. Doing everything in her power not to sink to her knees, Rimi glared back at Noros.
ナナちゃんを離して。
Let Nana-chan go.
ほうまさかここに来たのはお友達を助けに来たという理由ですか
Oh, could that perhaps have been why you came here? To rescue a friend?
ナナちゃんを離して。
Let Nana-chan go.
その子は何も関係ないでしょ。
She has nothing to do with this.
では直接話してみてはどうですか
In that case, why not consult with her directly? Noros's offer left Rimi confused. She was acting brave, but in truth, the moment she had seen Noros's face, her heart had been seized by fear, and her legs had begun to tremble. Unable to move an inch from where she stood, she called out to the crucified Nanami.
ナナちゃん。
Nana-chan. Nanami's head ever so slightly stirred. Her eyes, which had been closed until that very moment, opened faintly. She raised her head, and her hollow eyes fell upon Rimi.
リミさん。
Rimi-san,
大丈夫。今助けてあげるから。
are you okay? Don't worry, I'm here to save you. In the middle of Rimi's sentence, Nanami's face twisted in pain. Her face was pale, and her breathing labored.
痛いよ。
It hurts.
右手が痛いの。
My right hand, it hurts. Then, with very little resistance, Nanami's body slid off the cross.
ナナちゃん。
Nana-chan.
リミさん。
Rimi-san. Without getting up from the floor, Nanami lifted her head and let her gaze roam around the room. It was as if she was searching for something.
ナナのバングル知らないかな。
You know, my bangle?
見つからなくて。
I can't find it.
ナナのバングルどこにもなくて。
I can't find it anywhere. She staggered to her feet, and this time, she searched her surroundings with her left hand.
バングルだね。わかった。私知ってるから。だから私と一緒にここを出よう。病院に行こう。ね。
Bangle? It's a bangle, right? Got it. I know where it is. If we get out of here, we can go get it, Nana-chan. So let's go to the hospital, okay?
手が痛いよ。
My hand, it hurts. Sob.
ナナはなんでリミさんのことを知ってるんだっけ。前にどこで会ったんだっけ。
Why do I know you, Rimi-san? Where have we met before?
リミさんなの。リミさんがナナのバングル。
Rimi-san, is it you? Rimi-san, did you take my bangle?
嘘。どうして。ひどいよ。
No. Why? Why would you do something like that? Remy, who realized that something was wrong with Nanami, instantly looked to Naros. With a scornful grin painted on his face, he simply observed Remy and Nanami's exchange.
ナナちゃんに何を見せてるの？
What are you showing her? Is it one of those dudes with the frickin' backpacks? Nanami's gaze was fixed on Remy. Trembling like a newborn fawn, she slowly stood up, and then she held out her right wrist, as if offering Remy her palm. A bandage drenched in blood. It almost appeared as if her hand was still connected. And yet, one after the other, vibrant scarlet drops fell from the bandage without reprieve. By her feet, a pool of blood grew larger and larger with each passing second. She needs medical attention, fast. But despite how frantic she was, Remy was unable to get any closer. For getting closer to Nanami would mean getting closer to that man. It frustrated her greatly, leaving her on the verge of tears.
リミさんが持ってたの。
Did you have it? The whole time, Remy-san?
ナナちゃん、帰ろう。こっちに来て。
Time to go, okay? Nana-chan, this way.
どうして持ってくの？
Why did you take it from me?
返して。ナナのバングル、返して。
Give it back. Give my bangle back.
落ち着いて、ナナちゃん。
Calm down, Nana-chan.
お兄からもらったナナの大切な。
It's my treasure from my big bro.
あれは誰にも渡したくないの。
I won't let anyone else have it.
返して。返してよ。
Give it back. Give it back.
ナナちゃん。
Nana-chan. Give it back. Together with her pained scream, a single drop of blood fell from her right wrist. Before it had the opportunity to hit the ground, the drop crystallized at high speed. Originating from nothing, with the drop at its center, a mineral-esque object burst into view. It was as if a carapace formed from minerals had ripped through a rift in space. In the blink of an eye, it took shape. It resembled a cross far more than the object that had previously held Nanami. Hey, it looks like one of those UFOs. Or perhaps it was a sword which pierced itself perpendicularly, as if rejecting all.
これはディソード。
That's a D sword.
返してよ。お願い。
Give it back, Sob, please. And Nanami, as if embracing it, held it close to her chest. Tears, born from all the sadness within her, fell upon it. Her D sword flickered scarlet, as if one with her pulse.
でないと。リミさんのこと許さない。
If you don't give it back, Remy-san, I'll make you pay.
そんな。ナナちゃんもギガロマニアックスだったの？
No. This whole time, Nana-chan was a Giga-lo-maniac?
今日だけはナナのわがまま受け止めてよ。
Let me be selfish, just this once. Sob. Sniffle. I saw Nanami crying. She was hanging her head low, and while she was trying her best to hold them in, tears running down her pained face all the same. I took one look at her, and then I returned my gaze to the ceiling, resuming my mission of counting the rest of the spots.
泣かれたって僕には何もできないよ。
Cry all you want. There's nothing I can do for you.
僕は妄想の存在なんだから。
I'm a delusionary existence, after all.
妄想も
A delusional.
そんなこと言わないでよ。
Don't say that.
お兄が妄想のはずないじゃん。だってナナは小さい頃のお兄のこと知ってるもん。
There's no way you're a delusion, big bro. Because I remember you from back when we were kids.
いつもナナに世話かけさせてちっとも頼りにならないけど。
I've always taken care of you. And even though I can't say you're reliable.
でもお兄は昔からずっとナナと一緒だったよ。
You've always been with me. Ever since I can remember. Wait, she was right. It was just as she'd said. I had memories from when Nanami was little. I had memories from my childhood. I had memories of watching the news reporting on the bus accident my classmates had been in. The one that had happened on the field trip I hadn't been able to go to. I even remembered my teacher, Mr. Sato, who had passed away in the accident. The words of Rimi, a total stranger, or the words of Nanami, who I'd grown up with, and went without saying which to believe. The right person to believe wasn't Rimi. The right person to believe was Nanami. If Nanami was real, that meant that I, too, was real.
Nanami.
Nanami. I extended my hand toward her. Nanami's existence was my one and only hope, the sole existence that would save me.
助けて。Nanami. 助けて。
Save me. Nanami, save me. Big bro. Sniffle. If Nanami's warmth was real, then I could prove that I was real too. Nanami, who had been crying from loneliness, wiped away her tears, looked at me with her reddened eyes, smiled at me with her tearful smile, and...
抱きしめてくれる？
Will you hug me? I nodded, then again, then once more. By doing so, if I could save Nanami, by doing so, I could save myself. Oh, if I would gladly hug this bratty little sister of mine, no matter the time or place. I would hug my one and only sister in this world, the one that shared my blood.
Nanami. 助けて。
Nanami, save me. I wanted to feel her warmth as soon as I could, and so, opening my arms to welcome her into my chest, I prepared to hug her. Tightly, ever so tightly. Big bro. But right at that very moment, Nanami's body was enveloped in a faint light, and she burst into countless blue particles. One after another, the particles burst like bubbles in the air in which my arms remained extended, never receiving the hug I so desired, my chest never feeling the warmth I so desired. Right before my very eyes, Nanami had vanished. Ah! With only her left hand, Nishizu Nanami tightly embraced the sword that had been born of her own blood, Her right arm, meanwhile, lay upon it. Her blood, seeping from the bandage on her right wrist, slowly rained down the sword's fuller.
痛い。
It hurts.
知ってたの？ナナちゃんがギガロマニアックスだって。
You knew? You knew she was a Giga-lo-maniac? Rimi's question was directed at Naros, who had evidently chosen to remain a spectator. No matter how much Rimi glared his way, he always retained the same composed look on his face.
偶然の産物というものですよ。
A fortunate coincidence, if you may.
ナナちゃんにひどいことしたくせに何が偶然なの？
After doing all these horrible things to her, you think you can just say that? What do you mean, a coincidence?
君の時のような苦労はしませんでした。我が社にはすでに覚醒させるためのマニュアルが確立していますから。
Simply that there was no need to go to the same great lengths that I had with you. After all, my company already has a well-established method on how to awaken Giga-lo-maniacs.
もっとも、西条匠にだけはそのマニュアルも通用しませんが、イレギュラーな化け物は扱いづらいことこの上ない。
But in opposition to this, Nishiju Takumi is the only one to which this method does not apply. I must say, there's nothing more difficult to handle than that irregular monstrosity.
化け物だなんて言わないで。
Don't you dare call him that.
君も化け物だからですか？
Why, may I ask? Is it perhaps because you are one as well?
そういう話はしてない。
That's not what this is about.
虚無から生まれたものだからと言い換えた方が良かったですね。
Allow me to rephrase. Perhaps someone born from nothing? Averting her gaze, Rimi bit her lip in frustration. Her trembling had yet to cease. In direct opposition to her wish to save Nanami, her legs refused to move. It was as if they had taken root inside the floor. Naros, meanwhile, caressed Nanami's head almost lovingly, acting as if he was under no threat whatsoever. Nanami had no reaction to this. She simply hung her head low as she repeatedly drew shallow breaths.
闇のある一点だけを灯しているスポットライト。
A spotlight, illuminating a single spot amid the endless dark.
その周囲には無数の死体が転がっているのでしょうが、誰にも見えない。君自身にもです。
Around it, countless corpses lying on the floor, with none being able to see them, not even you yourself.
そんな話やめて。
Stop it.
例えば君が自殺をしたら、スポットライトは数十センチ横にずれて、君を闇で覆ってくれるでしょう。
And if, say, you committed, the spotlight would move a few dozen centimeters, and you would be swallowed by the dark.
そして何も知らない別の誰かが代わりにスポットライトを浴びる。
Then, another someone, unaware of everything, privy to nothing, would in turn be bathed in the spotlight. Stop! Prompted by Rimi's sharp tone, Rose shrugged his shoulders, then returned to silence.
痛い。
It hurts.
ナナちゃんを解放してほしいんだけど。
I want you to let Nana-chan go.
拘束は解きましたが、
Whatever do you mean? I have already released her restraints.
連れて帰る。
I'm taking her with me.
構いませんよ。もう用済みです。
Feel free. I have no use for her anymore.
ナナちゃん、帰ろう。その件は消して。
Okay, Nana-chan, let's go. You can dispel the sword now.
だったら、バングル返して。
Then, give me back my bangle.
返すから。
I will. So please. Rimi knew where Nana's hand was being kept on that day. On the night Nanami's hand had been delivered to Takumi's room, after Takumi had collapsed from sheer humiliation on the roof of O-Front. Rimi had retrieved the hand from within the refrigerator. Shogun was the one who had it now. It was in cold storage to keep it from decomposing. The bangle, too, was... I got it. From my big bro. It's mine. It's my bangle. Taking it away from me? How could you? Nanami's voice, which had only been speaking in incoherent mumbles, was gradually growing more and more intense. Calm down. Take deep breaths. I need you to pull yourself together.
一つ聞きますが、
If I may ask. Narosa's sudden interruption elicited a click from Rimi's tongue, though only in her mind.
西条匠にとっては、君たち二人のうち、どちらがより重要度が高い存在ですか?
Which of you two is the more important being to Nishiju Takumi? Rimi cast her eyes downward. Rimi-san, aye. While Nanami instead raised her head, a sparkle returned to her once empty eyes. A glaring, brilliant shine. One that warranted only a single descriptor. Abnormal. In a panic, Rimi frantically attempted to brace herself, only to be frozen in place by the sudden darkness. It was all as if the lights had been turned off. Rimi had no way of knowing whether it had been intentional or accidental. I can't fail here, Rimi whispered so in an attempt to encourage herself. Her voice made the air undulate, but it melded itself into the dark before long. She then noticed that she could no longer hear Noa 2's growling rumblings. I hate the dark. It always reminds me of back then. Rimi tried looking around, but all she could see was darkness, spread through every corner. No speck of the concept known as light existed. Could she not see because it was dark? Or could it perhaps be because her sight was not working properly? She had even lost the ability to tell up from down. She could not tell where she was anymore. Her five senses had been eroded by darkness, and now her body was unable to recognize anything. As if her body had been turned into a gas. As if her consciousness had slipped away from its vessel. Past and present fused as one, and Rimi's memories began to intermix. When was now? When was the past? Then, in the world ruled only by sheer darkness, a single ray of light shone down. And there, within that circular spotlight, was Rimi, cradling her knees close to her chest. Rimi was seeing this very scene from within the darkness. It's the same as back then. Back then. Rimi had nothing. Before she knew it, she had been confined and tortured. But rather than anything physical, the psychological pain she suffered had been far greater. A daily life born from the depths of hell. A daily life consisting solely of enduring. How had she been before that? Rimi did not know. When and how had she been confined? For how long had she been tortured? That Rimi did not know, but something told her that this was not due to memory loss. The moment she suddenly opened her eyes, a consciousness known as herself had been born, or so she felt. Perhaps the one inhibiting this body before her, unable to escape all the pain, had ended her own life within her delusions. And then perhaps, as a new her, a new personality, the current Rimi had been born. Perhaps there had been countless other hers before her. Even the name, Sakihara Rimi, may have been different each time. To myself, I don't exist. Something moved amid the darkness. Rimi stood up, then slowly began to move toward it. And as she moved, so did the spotlight. And what she found was a dead Rimi lying on the ground. Without ever looking at Rimi, a whisper flowed from Rimi's mouth.
あなたは何番目?
What number are you?
私は
I. Rimi's eyeballs twitched incessantly. An endless number of tears rained down from the corners of her eyes. Her D-sword then slipped from her hands, and Rimi sank to the floor. Much like a child would, she covered her face with her hands and weakly shook her head. I'm sorry. I couldn't do it. Nanami stared at her with a vacant look on her face, while Noros let out a short, disinterested snort. Nanami had vanished without a trace. She had turned into bubbles before my very eyes. Her substance had simply ceased to exist.
どこだよ。出てきてよ。
Nami, where are you? Come on, come out.
いるんだろう。また、いたずらか。隠れてるんだ。やめろよ。
I know you're here. Is this another prank? You're hiding. Stop hiding from me. My vision grew blurry from my tears. No matter how many times I wiped them away, the lukewarm droplets kept pouring out. But both this warmth and the feelings making me shed these tears were delusions. I myself was one, after all. Nanami had been a delusion. I'd been stupid to believe it would all be okay. My hopes had been crushed just like that.
で、いつ、この妄想って冷めるの？早く冷めてよ。
Hey, when will I wake up from this delusion? Please, can it hurry up and happen already? Not even I knew who I was talking to, but right now, I was fine with anyone. I just wanted to be heard.
この妄想が覚めたら、僕は本当はイケメンなんだ。そうに決まってる。物分かりのいい妹と優しい姉がいるんだ。
I'm sure once I wake up, I'll actually be an alpha, for sure. With an understanding little sister and a gentle big sister.
かわいい彼女と付き合ってて。
I'll be going out with a cute girlfriend.
その子が リミとかセナみたいな電波女じゃなくて、セーラさんみたいないい子なんだ。
She won't be some insane schizo like Remy or Santa. She'll be a good girl like Sierra Tan.
あなたは妄想の存在なんだよ。
You are a delusionary existence. Groveling on the floor, I buried my head in the mountain of trash and tightly gripped Seratan. I tried my best to avert my eyes from reality as I pounded the floor with my fists, but I couldn't. Remy's words pummeled my mind relentlessly.
死にたい。死にたいよ。
I wanna die. Sob. I wanna die.
どうして誰も僕を殺してくれないんだ。
Why won't anyone kill me?
セーラタン殺して、僕を殺して。
Hey, Seratan, can you kill me? Kill me?
そんなに死にたいの？
Do you really want to kick the bucket that badly?
死にたい。こんなのもう嫌だ。自分の存在が嫌だ。何も考えたくない。生きていたくない。
I want to die. I can't take it anymore. I can't take my own existence anymore. I don't want to think of anything. I don't want to keep on living.
かわいそうなタッキー。
Aw, poor little Taki.
だったらすぐに殺される方法を教えてあげる。
In that case, I'll show you a real quick way to do it. Ah, this is why you're my waifu. Seratan always devoted herself to me. Commendably so.
とりあえず外に出るんさ。
For starters, get your patootie outside.
外に
Outside? Doing as I was told, I stood up and headed for the door. And then, after nearly tripping and falling over trash countless times, I exited my base. I had no need to question her. Seratan would never betray me. She was my waifu, after all. She wasn't 3D. Once I was outside, a strange sound hit my ears. This sound? Hadn't I heard it somewhere before?
この音を追いかけて。
Okay, now you just gotta follow the sound.
追いかけたら殺してもらえるの。
If I do, will someone kill me?
そういうこと。
Yapparoonie.
優しく殺してもらえるかな。
I wonder, will they be gentle?
私が保証するよ。
You've got my word, Snookums.
よかった。
Thank goodness.
やっと死ねる。
I can finally die. The sound was my messiah, the bell of salvation that would grant me passage to the promised land. With Seratan in hand, I set off toward the sound. Whenever I got close to the sound, it would move farther away, almost like it was guiding me somewhere. Every time I seemed to be onto it, it would quickly become distant. Every time I seemed to lose track of it, it would come close and wait for me. As though it had a will of its own. A sound with a will of its own. It reminded me of Shogun's existence. His face flashed through my mind, but I quickly grew indifferent to it. Whether it was him or someone else, as long as someone killed me, I didn't mind. I even stopped wondering about the true nature of the sound. I was a delusionary existence. I was going to die pretty soon, so there was no point in caring. With my head completely empty of all thoughts, like a moth to flame, I staggered after the sound. A barrage of noise now surrounded me. I was unable to differentiate any of them. With a click of my tongue, I tried to find the origin of the clamor, only to gulp instead. Suddenly, without me having realized it, I was standing in Scramble Crossing. It was then that I realized the clamor was coming from the sheer number of people crammed into the crossing. It was almost jam-packed. Everyone was pushing right up against each other, like a morning train ride during rush hour. Compared to when I'd been broadcasted from the top to front, there was an even bigger number of people here. Now that I thought about it, Grim had mentioned something about this. Something about there being a festival at Scramble Crossing tonight. What the hell is this, Sierra? I have nothing but horrible memories of this place. Why did you bring me here? For revenge. Where's the person who's gonna kill me, Sarah? Right in front of you.
目の前
Right in front of me. This tremendous crowd on this cold autumn night. Just what kind of festival could make so many people gather here to the point of there being no room to breathe? Suddenly, the wall of people opened up before me, like I was Moses from the Bible. A single path inviting me in. They were all waiting for one person, me. It's the reality TV show that's sweeping the nation. Today's episode, the world's most terrifying offline meet. People from all over the net have come to lynch the biggest embarrassment in all of Japan, Nishiju Takumi, right in the middle of Shibuya. Their catchphrase, whose eyes are those eyes? When that long scenario played out in my mind, I laughed. As much as I hated pain, as long as I would die, I'd be more than willing to deal with that much.
僕が死ぬにはぴったりの祭りじゃないか。
What a perfect festival for me to die at. I'd finally grasped what Saratan had meant by revenge. I hadn't died the last time I was here, so they had prepared this stage just for me. Forming a lazy smile stemming from the corner of my mouth, I started making my way through the path between the people. At the end of it, I could see various members of the mass media standing next to each other like idiots, cameras and microphones in hand. Both the onlookers and the mass media were incredibly tense. There was a tiny bit of commotion, but nowhere near the amount you'd normally hear at a festival. All the energy they'd had back when I humiliated myself atop O-Front was gone. Everyone looked at me. Their eyes were cold and sharp, staring daggers at me with what felt close to murderous intent. Whether I liked it or not, my expectations were swelling higher and higher. Kill me. Kill me. Kill me. When I looked up, I realized that all four of the enormous jumbotrons were showing footage of me walking through the crowd. I was sure that, just like last time, this was the national broadcast too. If the viewer rate was even 40%, I would die while being watched by approximately 48 million people. The death of me, who was no more than a delusionary existence. The death of me, who had no value whatsoever. The death of me, who was wholly and entirely worthless. Is that what you want all to see? Well then, congratulations. Here we go. Oh, here you go. It doesn't matter either way to me. As long as I die, I don't care how many people see it. And so, I stood before the battery of cameras and microphones. A swarm of flashes burst in unison. Blinding lights flashed intermittently. Straining my eyes, I fought to endure them. Then, a reporter that was probably in his 40s spoke up. I had seen him on a number of talk shows before.
西尾君、今回はどんなパフォーマンスを見せてくれるんだい?
Nishiju-kun, what kind of performance are you planning to show us today?
ところで、実は今日の昼に逮捕された貼り付け事件の容疑者は実行犯に過ぎなくて黒幕がいるっていう話があるんだけど、どう思うかな?
And while I've got you here, there's been some talk about the crucifixion suspect that was arrested this morning. And people are saying that they were just a pawn and that the mastermind's still out there. You got any thoughts on this, my friend? Why was this random guy acting all buddy-buddy with me? And what was that last part supposed to mean? Was he asking for my opinion? Huh. I guess when the media called up the criminal psychology professors every time, and they always said the same standard. Uninteresting bullshit. Even an amateur like me could serve as a replacement. Regardless, I couldn't have any less of an opinion on what the guy was asking about. I had lost all interest in New Gen. I'd come here to be killed, not to answer questions. I had no energy for it.
それでね、西尾君、ズバリ聞くけど。
Well, anyway, Nishiju-kun, I'll just get straight to the point.
真犯人と目される人物は通称その目誰の目と言われていて、
The true culprit is commonly referred to as whose eyes are those eyes.
それは君なんじゃないかっていう噂があるんだよね。
And there's been some rumors about it potentially being you.
そうかもね。
It very well might be. My whispers were broadcast all throughout Shibuya via the Jumbotron speakers. Commotion ensued. The bloodthirsty atmosphere got even stronger among the people gathered there. I don't care. Just kill me already. Set me free. Stop asking me for things. And yet, despite my wishes, the microphones came even closer. They were pushed so violently toward me, the next step would be shoving one straight in my mouth. The other reporters, too, were raining questions down on me incessantly.
それは事件への関与を認める発言と考えていいんですか?
Are we to take this as you admitting to having a part in this case?
現実とゲームとの区別ができなくなるような経験はありますか?
Have you ever been able to distinguish video games from reality?
逮捕された小前田容疑者との関係について聞かせてください。
What is your relationship with the suspect that was arrested? Komeda. Please give us a statement.
人を殺したのはやはりゲーム感覚だったりします?
Do you view killing people like it's some kind of video game? In a sense, I was like a video game character. Someone, please reset me. Just get me to game over once and for all. Just kill me already. As soon as those words left my mouth, the crowd, at the peak of its intention, as soon as those words left my mouth, the crowd, at the peak of its tension, exploded. Kill yourself. Inhuman garbage. Damn savage. I'll kill you myself. Burn in hell. Get the death penalty. I'll fucking kill you. Murder. I was overwhelmed by the waves of people, and the screams and shouts swarmed. I was swallowed up by the undulating masses. I was tossed around and jostled, crushed to nothing and pulverized. Being shoved by people in all directions, my body started floating. My soles left the ground. No matter how much I struggled, I couldn't do anything. I was struck on the head, punched in the arms, but none of it was painful enough to kill me. And with no room to breathe, I started to suffocate, but I didn't resist. I entrusted my body to the chaos, and in doing so, the pressure suddenly disappeared, and my body fell to the floor. Seratin fell from my hand and toppled onto the asphalt. Countless feet lined up like trees in a forest, and as they writhed about, my wife rolled through the gaps between them. Despite extending my hand, I couldn't reach her. Her face, complete with that endlessly radiant smile of hers, the smile that soothed my soul, was stepped on by someone's shoe. Taki, it hurts. Help me, Taki. Her small body was kicked farther away, and some lady in red high heels ended up crushing her torso. Taki, you big.
Sarah.
Sarah. No matter how much I called out to her, no answer came. My one and only ally was gone. And it felt like my chest was being crushed by sorrow. I had lost all reason to stay in this world, to live. And when I looked up, surrounded by people as I was, even the night sky was hidden away from me. No one noticed I was there, slumped down on the ground. Even though I was right here, even though I was asking for someone to kill me. Why was everyone ignoring me? Suddenly, I felt it right on the nape of my neck. That tingling sensation. God's gaze.
君は
You. And within my mind,
ここで死んじゃダメだ。
can't die here. A certain voice rang. I gulped.
イソードを手に入れて。
Obtain your D-sword. And firmly gritted my back teeth.
Shogun!
Shogun! I searched for the wheelchair among the crowd, for the bastard cosplaying as Darth Spider. So you were the one behind this festival, huh? I knew it. Are you planning to wheel out here and threaten me, all while you're in the offensive Darth Spider cosplay? Are you trying to recreate what happened last time? I wished for death. The entire time I'd been alive, I'd just been some tool for everyone's amusement, and I couldn't take it anymore.
あの時の自称将軍は僕じゃない。
The Shogun from back then wasn't me.
僕はコスプレはしないよ。
I don't tend to cosplay. I don't care. Just kill me, please.
あいつらが動き出しているんだ。
They're starting to take action.
この場は今以上の混乱になるよ。
This place will soon turn even more chaotic than it already is. They?
すべての黒幕。この混乱を引き起こした者たち。混乱を利用して利己を追求しようとする者たち。
The masterminds behind everything. The ones causing this chaos. And the people using it for their own interests.
彼らを止められるのは君だけなんだ。
No one but you can stop them. I stood up. The angry voices kept surging above my head. No one was looking at me. The onlookers and the people from the media were all jumbled together, grabbing each other, cursing at each other, punching each other. Why were they?
沈黙の兵器。
The silent weapon.
ノア2はすでに稼働してる。
Noah 2 is already in operation.
この混乱が起とされた一番の目的は
The one and only motive behind this chaos
無差別人体実験。
is indiscriminate human experimentation. Something hard hit my head. A sharp pain ran through me. A pain so intense, I thought my skull had been broken. My hands automatically shot up to my head, cradling it. As I looked around with tears in my eyes, I found a rock on the ground the size of a fist. A tiny smear of blood colored part of it. Someone had thrown that rock, and it had hit me. Throbbing pain coursed through me. Moving my hand toward the source, my fingers touched something sticky. Bringing my hands down in front of my face, I saw blood on my fingertips. My own blood. Ah! I heard a dry explosion in the distance, followed by a lady screaming. A gunshot? There were people with guns here? Why was everyone so worked up? Why was everyone fighting each other despite being total strangers? Why was this so chaotic? The villain's sacrifice everyone was waiting for wasn't mine?
渋谷の GE レート、バイオリズムがありえないくらいに上昇してるんだよ。
Shibuya's GE rate, biorhythms, are rising to unprecedented levels.
言ったでしょ。無差別人体実験だって。
Like I told you before, indiscriminate human experimentation.
この場にいる人たちは今、見えない攻撃を受けているんだ。
Everyone here is under an invisible attack. Then, I heard a sound, a creaking, rusty sound. A sound akin to a dying woman grasping for air. The sound of a wheelchair. Despite how many people there were, despite the wall of people surging erratically, Shogun moved his wheelchair forward. Without bumping into anyone, without getting dragged into a single fight, he made his way straight to me. Ever so small, with a body of skin and bone, he was covered in wrinkles and looked so frail. It was as if he might break at the slightest touch. His eyes were cloudy as could be. I didn't know what he was looking at, or what he saw through those eyes. I couldn't bring myself to look away anymore, and suddenly, the tumult surrounding me began to grow distant.
ずっと君を見ていたよ。
I've been watching you, always. It was the same voice as the time we had first met. It wasn't that strange voice I had heard at O-Front.
君は誰なの？
Who are you?
僕は君だよ。
You. And with those few words, I finally understood.
僕を妄想して生み出したのも。
The one who envisioned me in a delusion, the one who created me.
神の視線の正体も。
The one behind God's gaze.
君だったんだね。
Was you?
うん。
Yes. He was my creator, the existence who had envisioned me within a delusion, someone who I could never hope to match up to.
君の名前は？
What's your name?
西條匠。
Nishiju Takumi. The real me. The original me.
君はいくつなの？
How old are you?
君と同い年だよ。君の設定とね。
The same as you, as far as your backstory goes, that is. 17 years old, even though he was so small, even though he was covered in wrinkles, he was only 17 years old.
このままだと世界が死んじゃう。
If things stay this way, the world will die.
ノア2にあらゆる人の心は支配されちゃう。
Everyone's mind will be put under the control of Noah too.
だから君に託したんだ。
That's why I entrusted it to you. Entrusted? Entrusted what exactly?
意味がわかんないよ。そんなの僕には関係ない。
I don't understand. I have nothing to do with any of this.
頼むよ。僕を消して。今すぐに消してほしい。
I beg you, erase me. I want you to erase me. Hurry. Shogun's wrinkles stirred. He was likely making an expression, but I couldn't see it as any other than wrinkles shifting on his face.
全部僕のせいなんだ。
This is all my fault.
僕が IR2 を妄想しちゃったせいで。
All because I happened to delude IR2.
なんとか止めようとしたけど、僕はこんな体だから満足に動くこともできない。
I tried my best to stop it, but with my body like this, I couldn't do what I wanted to.
それで君を生み出した。
That was when I created you.
君に止めてもらうために。
To have you stop it.
そんなの知らない。僕は君のコピーだけど、僕はやりたくない。
I know nothing about any of that. Just because I'm your copy doesn't mean I want to do the same things you do.
コピーだけが苦しまなくちゃいけないなんてそんなの嫌だ。
If the copy is the only one who has to suffer, I don't want to be a copy.
死なせてよ。
Just let me die.
君はコピーじゃない。もう一人の僕だ。
You're not a copy. You're another me.
つまりコピーじゃないか。
In other words, a copy.
君のしてることはすごく残酷だ。
Do you realize how horrible what you're doing is?
悪かったって思ってるよ。
I know, and I can never apologize enough.
でも他に方法はなかった。
But there was no other way.
今世界の命運は君にかかっていると言っても過言じゃないんだ。
It is no overstatement to say that the fate of the world rests on your shoulders.
だから。
That's why.
そんなの。
Why?
そんなのリミに頼めばいいじゃないか。
Why can't you just ask Remy to do it?
知り合いなんでしょ。
You're acquaintances, after all. Acquaintances. I'd said that on purpose. I didn't want to think that they were lovers or good friends. And so, only then did I realize my feelings. I was jealous of the original me. That was rich, coming from a delusionary existence. What a fucking disgrace. I couldn't believe myself. There was not knowing your place, and then there was this. My own feelings made me want to throw up. My emotions continued to spiral. I wanted to die.
リミはナナミを助けに行って逆に捕まっちゃったんだ。
Remy left to save Nanami, but was imprisoned instead.
え？
Huh?
リミはね、僕を救おうとしてくれていた。
Remy, well, she tried to save me.
その理由は
The reason being,
君も知っているよね。
when you should already know.
あれは空。
Is that the sky?
あの空は
That sky?
どうしてあんなに泣きたくなるくらい青いのかな。
Why is it so blue that it makes me want to cry?
それを望んだから。
Because someone wished for it to be.
私は望んでない。
I didn't wish for it.
僕が望んだんだ。
No, but I did.
ここは君の心象世界であると同時に僕の心象世界でもあるから。
Because this place is your image world, but at the same time, it is mine as well. Remy turned toward me. She stared at me, her face deeply puzzled.
あなた誰？ ないはずなのに。
Who are you? There shouldn't be anyone here other than me.
あなたは別の私。
Are you another me?
違うよ。
No.
だったら誰？どうやってここに来たの？
Then who are you? How did you come here?
私の心の中だよ。ずっと暗闇しかなかった。光は私に当たるスポットライトだけ。
This is the inside of my heart. Here, there's never been anything but darkness. The only light was the spotlight shining down on me.
それなのに、あなたが来た途端に暗闇がなくなって空ができた。
And yet, the moment you arrived, the darkness vanished, and the sky appeared.
妄想がシンクロしたんだ。君の力がとても強かったから。
Our delusions synchronized, something that was only made possible by your immense power.
そう。
Oh. Remy looked up toward the sky once more. It was a crystal clear, azure sky.
私、本物の空、見たことないんだ。
I've never seen the real sky.
私っていう人格が生まれた時にはね、もう暗い部屋に閉じ込められてた。
When this current me was born, the current personality, I had already been locked in a dark room.
心の中も外も闇しかなかった。
There was nothing but darkness, both inside and outside my heart.
そこからは絶対に出してもらえないの。
I've never been allowed to leave that place.
私、今死のうとしてたんだ。
Just now, I was trying to die.
心を自殺させるの。
To make my heart kill itself.
きっとこれまでの私もそうしてきたと思うし。
I'm sure all the previous me's have done that too.
でもせっかくあなたが空を持ってきてくれたから。
But since you brought the sky to me,
この光景を記憶に刻んでおいていいかな。次の私がまたこうして想像できるように。
would it be okay if I carved this scenery into my memories? That way, the next me can envision it.
死にたいの？
Do you want to die?
うん。
Yes.
本当の空を見てみたいとは思わないの？
Don't you wish to see the real sky?
ねえ、
Say,
空って本当にあるのかな？
is there really a sky out there?
あるよ。
There is.
でも現実の空はこの空よりも汚れてる。
But the real sky is far more polluted than this one.
どこにある？
Where is it?
あの空はどこにあるの？
That sky. Where is it?
君が望めばどこにでも。
Wherever you wish for it to be.
望んでいいの？
Is it okay for me to wish for it?
もちろんだよ。
Of course it is.
どうやって望むの？
How do I wish for it?
光は電磁場の波。その振動現象を人の視覚は色として捉えるんだ。
Light is composed of electromagnetic waves. The oscillations of these waves are what people perceive as color.
自分のデッドスポットに望む色を当てはめてごらん。そうすれば
If you apply the color you desire to your own dead spots,
君の望む世界の色を作り出せる。
you can create the color of the world you desire.
世界は君の望みに応えてくれるよ。
The world will meet your wishes. Several days, even months perhaps, had then passed since that encounter, and one day, Remy had come to my hospital room. She and I were fellow patients at the same hospital, fellow possessors of something that transcended human understanding, the power of Giga-lo-mania, an attribute we were unsure whether to abhor or take your pride in.
お兄、お客さんだよ。
Big bro, you've got a visitor.
ねえねえ、誰？彼女さん、いつの間に？
So, who is she? Is she your girlfriend? When'd you get one of those?
やるね、お兄ってば。
Way to go, big bro.
また会えたね。
We meet again. She was deeply haggard. Her skin was morbidly pale. Her hair was dry and neglected, growing according to its own whims. Her fingernails were cracked. Her eyes constantly squinted, as if dazzled by a brilliant light.
本物の空は見られた？
Were you able to see the real sky? Yes.
あ、そうだ。
Oh, right. Nanami, who had been watching us talking, suddenly clapped her hands in apparent remembrance.
ナナ、お洗濯してこなくちゃ。リミさんでしたっけ？どうぞごゆっくり。
I've got to go do the laundry. What was your name? Rimi-san? Well, you two have fun. Nanami left the room. Rimi and I vacantly watched her depart. Rimi then turned back toward me.
匠はいつから入院してるの？
How long have you been hospitalized, Takumi?
5年ぐらい。
About 5 years.
退院の予定は？
Is there an estimate on when you'll be able to leave?
ないよ。僕の余命はあと2年ぐらいだと思うし。
No. I have about 2 more years until I die.
私はあなたのおかげで頑張ることができた。
Thanks to you, I was able to hang on.
終わりなんて絶対にないと思ってた。でもあなたが教えてくれた空を見るまで頑張ろうと思った。
I thought it would never end, but even so, I told myself to keep going until I could see the sky you told me about.
そしたら急に外に出してもらえた。用済みになったって言った方が正しいかもしれないけど。
But then, all of a sudden, I was allowed to leave. Though it's probably more accurate to say, I'd served my purpose.
そう。
I see.
私はあなたに救われたの。
You saved my life.
だから今度は私があなたの力になりたい。
So, this time, I want to pay you back. I want to be your strength.
そんなの気にしなくていい。
You don't need to worry about that.
わざわざ僕に会いに来なくてもいいよ。
You don't have to go out of your way to see me.
君にはこれから普通に生きてほしい。
From now on, I want you to live a normal life.
普通の生き方なんてわからないから。
But, Sniffle, I don't know how to live a normal life. Rimi's past, Rimi's feelings, Rimi's resolve. My chest tightened as I remembered them all.
なんでリミは僕に近づいてきたの？
Why did Rimi approach me.
彼女は君の近くにいることで、君の行動、君に接触してくる人間のことを監視して、君を覚醒させないようにしていたんだ。
Her being close to you allowed her to watch over your actions, the people who would come in contact with you, as well as prevent you from awakening.
彼女を恨まないであげて。彼女はただ、おせっかいなだけなんだ。
Please don't resent her for that. She's just a hopeless meddler. That's all. A tinge of sadness appeared in Shogun's voice.
巻き込みたくなかったのに。彼女は僕がどれだけ止めても聞いてくれなかった。
I didn't want to involve her, but no matter how hard I tried to keep her away, she wouldn't listen.
勝手に僕に恩義なんか感じて。
Despite everything I said to her, she felt that she was indebted to me.
本当におせっかいだよ。
She truly is a hopeless meddler.
リミとナナミは誰に捕まってるの？
Who is holding Rimi and Nanami captive?
プロジェクトノアの責任者。すべての黒幕。野呂瀬源一。
The one in charge of Project Noah, the mastermind behind it all, Norose Genichi.
かつてリミを捕らえて拷問していた男でもある。
He's also the one who captured and tortured Rimi in the past.
それなのにリミはナナミと僕と、そして君を助けるためにあの男のところへたった一人で乗り込んでいっちゃった。
And yet, despite all the suffering he's put her through, Rimi went to confront that man alone. Also, he could save me, Nanami, and you. A voice echoed within my head. It uttered the words of a Rimi I didn't know. Words she had spoken to Shogun.
リミ？
Rimi?
私、
Ah, yeah, it's me.
実はちょっとした報告があります。
Truth is, I have something to report.
ナナちゃんをこれから助けに行こうと思って。
I think it's time to go and save Nana-chan now.
やめるんだ。
Do not.
君はあの男、ノロ瀬とはもう会いたくないでしょ？
I know you don't want to see that man again, Noros.
私って信用されてないな。平気だってば。
Haha, you don't trust me, do you? I'm telling you, it'll be fine.
昔の話だしね。
Besides, that's all in the past.
そもそも私の感情とナナちゃんを助けることとどっちを優先させるかなんて決まりきってることだよ。
If I have to choose between my feelings or saving Nana-chan, I think it's pretty obvious which one I'm gonna pick.
ナナミを助けるのも、プロジェクトノアを止めるのも、僕のやるべきことだ。君は、そこまでしなくていいんだよ。
Saving Nanami and putting an end to Project Noah is my responsibility. You don't have to go that far.
言ったでしょ。私はあなたの力になりたいって。
Like I told you, I want to be your strength.
それにタクには関わらせたくないの。
But also, I don't want to drag Taku into
お
this.
せっかいだね。
Ever the meddler, aren't you?
そうかもね。あなたにしか言われたことはないけど。
Maybe, though you're the only one who says that about me.
ねえ、ちょっとだけ語っちゃっていいかな。
Hey, is it okay if I tell you something? It won't take long.
タクにね、いろいろひどいこと言っちゃったんだ。
I told Taku a lot of awful things.
しかもそんなことしておいてすごく自分勝手なんだけど。
And while I know it's selfish to say this after everything I've done,
私、彼と一緒に過ごした時間はとっても楽しかったって思っちゃってるんだ。
all the time I spent together with them, it was all really, really fun.
何もかもが妄想でまみれたまやかしでしかなかったのに。
Even though it was all make-believe. Even though it was all steeped in delusions.
落
生生活も、
My school life,
あの学校に私やタクが通っていることも、
Taku and I going to that school,
ダイチンと友達だっていうことも、
being friends with Daichin,
私がタクと一緒にいようとしたことも、
me trying hard to stay by Taku's side,
タクの存在そのものも、
and even Taku's existence itself.
タクってどうしようもないくらい情けなくて、どうしようもないくらい弱くて、きっと普通の女だったら見向きもしないような男の子なんだよ。
Taku is so helpless, weak, and pathetic. He's the kind of boy a normal girl would never even look at, let alone go near.
なのに私の心には楽しかったっていう気持ちがあるの。
And yet, despite it all, my heart tells me how fun it was.
なのに私の心にはもっと一緒にいたかったっていう気持ちがあるの。
Despite it all, my heart tells me how much I wanted to spend more time with him.
この気持ちって何なのかな。
What do these feelings mean?
インプリンティングのようなものかもしれないね。
It might be something similar to imprinting.
本能っていうことかな。それって意外とロマンチックかも。
Like, it's something instinctual? That would be surprisingly romantic.
君が楽しかったなら、きっと彼も楽しかったと思うよ。
If that all made you happy, I'm sure it must have made him happy as well.
そうだといいな。
If that's true, that'd be really nice.
私はタクと似たようなものだから。
Because Taku and I, we have a lot in common.
肉体が妄想から作られた存在と、
A body created through delusions,
人格が妄想から作られた存在と、
and a personality created through delusions.
どっちも変わらないでしょ。
They're not so different, are they?
だからタクのこと消したくなかった。
That's why I couldn't bring myself to erase him,
消さなくちゃダメだって思ってたんだけどね。
even though I'd convinced myself that I had to.
でもいつの間にか感情移入しちゃったみたい。
I guess I grew attached to him at some point.
タクにはごく普通に暮らしていってもらいたいの。
I just want him to live a normal life.
私はタクミもタクも助けたい。
I want to help both Takumi and Taku.
ねえ、タクのことはそっとしておいてあげて。
So please, leave Taku out of this.
そういうわけにはいかない。ノア2を破壊するために彼は必要だよ。
I can't do that. He has to destroy Noah too.
私が何とかするから。
I can take care of that.
君はそんなことしなくていい。
You don't need to do that.
君こそごく普通に暮らしていくべきだ。
You should be the one to live a normal life.
さてと、そろそろ切るね。
Well, I've got to hang up now.
リミ、やめて。
Remy, don't.
本当に大丈夫だって。あなたは何も心配しないで。私が全部決着をつけてくるから。
It'll be fine, really. You don't have to worry about a thing. I promise. I'll put an end to everything myself. Okay?
タクミ。
Takumi. After it was already too late, Remy's words sank into my heart. She was really a hopeless meddler. Why did she have to keep fighting so hard? Why did she have to keep acting so selflessly?
私はタクの味方だから。
Because I'm on your side, Taku. Memories of Remy all came back to me. Memories of the short time we'd spent together until now. Memories of the feelings that had been hidden behind every word she'd said.
一緒にいてあげる。
I'll stay by your side. Over the past year and a half, if I had to summarize what I'd done, it'd mostly be ESO, RMT, and Droge. I devoted myself entirely to those things, all while staying shut inside my base. I'd barely gone to school, and I rarely tried to talk to anyone. Born into this world, I'd lived as though I were dead. But for the past month or so, that had changed. And even though, as a result of this, I'd been lied to.
朝、一緒に学校行って。
We'll go to school in the morning. She had stayed by the side of someone like me.
学校では休み時間にどうでもいいこと話して。
Talk about whatever comes to mind in between classes. She had given me a peace of mind when I was quivering in fear.
お昼休みは一緒にご飯食べて。
Eat together at lunchtime. She had supported the failure that I was, encouraged me.
夕方、一緒に帰って。
Then at the end of the day, we'll head back home. She had embraced me.
帰るついでに、たまにどこかのお店に寄ったりして。
Sometimes stopping by a shop or two on the way back. She had taught me a delusionary existence like me the warmth that humanity held.
タクの部屋でちょっとだけおしゃべりして。
Then when we do get back, we'll chat for a bit in your room. She could have erased me, and yet, she had tried to protect me.
それで、また明日ねって手を振って別れて。
And then, when we're all tuckered out, we'll say goodbye with a nice wave and a see you tomorrow. She had made memories with me.
そんなのでいいなら、私、いくらでもしてあげるよ。
If you're fine with that, I can definitely go to the distance. In my year and a half long life, I could still vividly remember the time I'd spent with her, even now.
そういうの、結構憧れなんだ。
I've always wanted to be that person for someone. Rimi's little gestures. Rimi's scent wafting from her hair. Rimi's little sighs and the sound that came from them. Rimi's glimmering eyes. Rimi's cheerful voice. Rimi's tender warmth. Ah, I see. I was in love with Rimi. How disgusting was that? What a freak. A wry smile crept onto my face in response to my own creepiness. Delusionary existence falling in love? Were feelings of love something that a delusionary existence could feel? Or were they mere illusion? I really didn't know, but I wanted to be true to these feelings. Rimi saw me as a friend. There was no way she saw me as someone of the opposite sex. Besides, an otaku freak like me wouldn't go well together with her. But even so, even if she didn't love me back, even if it were just for my own satisfaction, even if I was just a delusionary existence, I at least wanted to do something for someone, for Rimi, before I disappeared. It was disgusting that a disgusting otaku freak would fall in love. It was disgusting that a disgusting delusionary existence would fall in love. But so what? Even if I was disgusting, even if it wouldn't go anywhere, I didn't want to brush these feelings away as mere illusions and delusions. The memories of this past month were both Rimi's and mine, mutually recognized between us both. These memories and the feelings born from them were real.
世界を救ってほしい。
I want you to save the world. So Shogun said. I shook my head.
僕は勇者じゃない。人間でもない。
I'm no hero. I'm not even human.
そんな僕に世界を救えとか何を考えてるの？
What are you thinking? Asking someone like me to save the world.
君には本当に悪いと思ってるけど、君にやってもらうしかないんだ。
I know how terrible it is to ask this of you, but there's no other way.
自分に謝るなんてバカみたいだ。
Apologizing to your own self? Do you realize how stupid that sounds? I glared at the real me. The real me caught the fake me's gaze.
僕は君が嫌いだ。
I hate you.
僕は君が羨ましいよ。
I envy you.
僕は世界のためになんか頑張らない。
I won't do it for the sake of the world.
世界を救うとか、そんなことどうでもいい。
I couldn't care less about saving the world. I'd be the one to give meaning to my birth.
ただ、僕はリミを助ける。
But I will save Rimi.
ありがとう。
Thank you. The sounds around me started coming back. More and more oil was being poured on the fires of chaos. It had already become a riot. I was hit with the smell of blood around me. I heard the sounds of screams, shouts, moans, and a mechanical noise that sounded almost like audio feedback. It all pulled together and overflowed across the crossing.
D ソードを手に入れる方法を教えて。
Tell me how to get a D sword.
君はすでにそれを知っているはずだよ。
You should already know how. My gaze moved upward, looking for the silhouette of a sword blending into the scenery. Rocks were thrown around, canisters of tear gas made smoke rise from the ground, and people from every direction crashed into me time and time again. In the center of it all, I focused and sought the sword I had once seen from the roof of Oakfront. It had to be visible already. Without a doubt, it had to be here, somewhere. Lost amid the scenery. My D sword was always right beside me. Now, seize it.
見つけた。
Found it. On the building to the right of the 107, there was a vertical billboard. When I looked toward it, I saw the shape of a sword. Anxiety seeped into me. I swallowed back my saliva. When I had looked from the roof of Oakfront, I had been able to perceive its shape. But in the end, I hadn't been able to physically grasp it.
自分の意志を強く持つんだ。迷っちゃダメだからね。
Hold on to your will to find it. You mustn't waver.
君にはもう剣を手に入れる資格は十分にある。
You already are more than capable of obtaining your D sword. I extended my hand as I stood in place. In order to save someone dear to me, I had to get it, no matter what. No matter what. I gritted my teeth. This wouldn't be like the last time. My mind was surprisingly calm. I wasn't afraid. I couldn't be afraid. But it wasn't that I was keeping a cool head. Emotions simmered and boiled inside me. I had something I needed to do.
掴むんだ。
Grasp it. 107 was about 100 meters away, and upon overlapping my fist with the sword, I grasped it. Even though I should have grabbed an empty spot in the air, there was something there. It It was neither hot nor cold, neither hard nor soft. Keeping my hold of it, I drew it closer to me. Ripples surfaced across the air, and from within those ripples, it slid free. All too long to be called a sword. Delicate enough to shatter at a moment's notice. Pervaded with phantasmal elegance. Lacking any meretricious features. Meretricious features. Absent of all garishness. With an immaculate malice capable of swallowing one's soul whole, on which belonged an awe-inspiring beauty. Linking with my exalted heart, the design of the sinister flames on the handle flickered. I didn't even feel an ounce of weight. Rather, it was as if it was an extension of my arm, as though it had been there from the very beginning, as though it were a part of my own body. It didn't feel like I was holding a sword. So this was a D-sword. I grasped it firmly with both hands. I should have been able to real boot it now. If I got it to be mutually recognized by my surroundings, the sword would be brought forth into reality. As for how to do it, I didn't know. I simply desired it. I shouted within my heart for it to become reality. All hesitation within me was gone. The D-sword, as if answering my call, started faintly shining. The flame pattern on the hilt transformed into real flames, flames which swiftly enveloped the sword, and yet I felt no heat. Soon enough, those flames were swallowed by the entirety of the sword's body, and together with a fierce impact, the D-sword shone with a crimson light. A number of the people around me were surprised by my sword. However, it was only a handful of them. Only a handful were left dumbfounded by its appearance. The others were too focused on punching and kicking each other. The riots didn't seem to be stopping anytime soon.
この暴動を引き起こしているポーターたちを探すんだ。彼らを持つ機械を破壊すれば、バイオリズムの高騰も収まる。
You must find the porters causing these riots. If you destroy the devices they hold, the heightened biorhythm should be alleviated. Porters.
ノア2の端末としての存在。
Those who exist as terminals for Noah 2.
君はすでにそのヒントを見てきたはずだよ。
You yourself should have seen that hint already.
君の頭の中にそれは記憶として刻まれている。
Should be carved into your mind as memories. I called forth all that I'd seen. Flying across, now the promised will. So you finally shown yourself. Now I just gotta grab on and never let go. Must be so hard. Faithworks Limited. Ever heard of them? Give it back. Give my bangle back.
地点 L2 の 0.62 メガ GE ハイスコアです。
Location L28.62 Mega GE, the highest score yet. What kind of magic trick is that? Zoe.
我が社ではポート
Within my company, they're what we call porters. There you go, we found it.
マインドコントロールのための部隊といったところでしょう。
More precisely, one could perhaps refer to them as mind control units. All of the things I had unconsciously seen, all of the thoughts I had unconsciously read.
僕は盗撮野郎ってことか。お似合いだね。
Huh. Guess I'm a peeping Tom. How in character? Shogun calmly gave me orders as I laughed at myself.
チャネルを開放してポーターたちの心を読むんだ。コズピーのように。
Open your channel and read the porter's minds, like Kazupi would.
彼らはこのスクランブル交差点のどこかに居場所を探り当てて。
They are somewhere in Scramble Crossing. Search for them. Find them. I opened my channel. I didn't have to think about what to do. Without being conscious of it, I enacted it by feel alone. And then, the minds of everyone here, their negative emotions, became visible and instantly flowed into me. Malice, hatred, envy, lust, servility, cowardice, superficiality, corruption, cunning, decency, hideousness, vulgarity, libido, madness, bloodthirst. It was the manifestation of the unsightly emotions people hid from one another, more brutal, unequivocal, and repugnant than words could ever be. All the negative emotions people held inside them became a torrent of images, and this torrent proceeded to swallow up, shatter, and violate my mind. I was verbally abused by words of disdain. Gazes of contempt rained down on me. I was spat on. My nails were peeled off. I was punched in the face multiple times. I was kicked in the ass. My hair was torn out. My nose was chewed to shreds. My eyeballs were gouged out. My tongue was ripped from my mouth. My blood was sucked. I was showered with boiling water and covered with burns. I was ripped in the ass. My genitals were crushed. All of my skin was torn off. My arms were broken. All of my bones were broken. I was beaten with a blunt weapon. I was stabbed with a blade. My organs were gouged out. My neck was strengthened. My flesh was eaten by a giant beast. I was thrown off of a high place. I drowned in a pool of water. I had my entire body burned by flames. Having synchronized with it all, my mind was being broken. I felt like I was about to go insane. I gritted my teeth and desperately held on to my consciousness. Was this how Kazubi had lived her whole life?
見るべき妄想をコントロールするんだ。
Control the delusions you want to see.
全てを受信しちゃダメだ。標的を絞り込む。
Don't receive them all. Bring out the target.
音を頼りにする。
Use the sound to your advantage. The sound. All while enduring the negative emotions overwhelming me, I listened carefully. What came to me were voices from all around. Isolating them, I searched for the sound. I heard a mechanical sound, the one Saratin had said would kill me. The sound had also been inside the memories I'd gotten from reading minds. Santa had destroyed a porter's rucksack that emitted the sound with her T-sword. So if I were to focus on that sound, the delusion I heard, may the divine light save us. May the divine light save us. There were multiple voices. There were more than one porter here.
3人いるみたい。
Looks like there are 3 of them. Holding my breath, I took a step forward. In front of me was the chaotic crowd. Without a trace of order, they moved throughout the scrambled crossing as they pleased, beating each other within an inch of their lives. It would be difficult to go straight through. I hacked the delusions of the people in the direction of the target. And so, little by little, the people in my field of view made way, and there a path was made for me. There was a single man about 50 meters from me, and all of the obstacles between me and him had now been removed. Our eyes met. He was a plump man in a suit, wearing a rucksack on his back. There's the first. Taking the shortest path there, I ran straight ahead through the crowd without bumping into anyone, all while dragging my D-sword along with me. How? The porter, having noticed me, frantically turned around and tried to run, but I wouldn't allow it. Just like Santa, I swung my D-sword, a blade longer than I was tall. As always, it felt weightless. I could wield it like it was an extension of my arm. The tip of the D-sword dug into the rucksack, and then, almost as it had been melted at an unfathomably high temperature, its contents were vaporized. The man sank into the ground, cradling his head as he trembled from fear. Without looking at him even one more time, I headed for the second one. Below O front. Once again, the obstacles leading up to it began to disappear, and a path was built. The man who stood there was extremely thin, wore a checkerboard shirt and a pair of jeans. He had long hair, and his skin was alarmingly pale. He seemed to be holding a bag, which he was treating with great care. Noticing me, he tried to blend into the crowd, but before he could do anything, I threw my D-sword. Fly. I formed a delusion. Ignoring all known laws of physics, it flew parallel to the ground, soaring faster and faster. It delicately revised its path, then pierced the man's bag with unmatched accuracy. It emitted a faint light, and the man fell to the ground. Just one more. I approached the man now on the ground and retrieved my D-sword. The third one was in front of Hachiko. I'd seen that porter countless times by now. Actually, let me be more precise. I had talked to them almost every day. The crowd dissipated, and for the third time, a direct path appeared. And at the end of it was a woman wearing white scrubs, a fact that made her conspicuous as could be.
あなたが3人目です。
You're the last one.
葉月さん。いや、グリム。
Hazuki-san. No. Grim. I had a feeling. The nurse who had smiled so gently to me at the hospital was now glaring daggers at me. She had a large handbag with her. Most likely, there was a Noah 2 terminal inside.
真実を暴くんだ。
Reveal the truth.
彼女がしてきたことをこの場にいる人たちに提示すれば、
If you show all these people what she did,
この熱病のような混乱は収まる。
this fever-like chaos will subside. What she did.
彼女がグリムなら、これまでの不自然な言動に君は気づいているはず。
If she is Grim, you should have noticed the unnatural actions she's taken before now.
僕が最初に君に接触した時のことを思い出して。
Think back to the first time I made contact with you.
僕は君に貼り付け事件の予言をした。君への警鐘だった。
I showed you a prediction of the crucifixion case. It was meant to be a wake-up call for you.
でも僕よりも先に
But there was someone else.
貼り付けを予言した人間がいる。
Someone who predicted the crucifixion before me. I remembered the exchange we'd had at the time. A few moments before Shogun talked to me for the first time, Grim had left the chat room, but right before that, they'd posted an image as a joke, a drawing. The very same drawing that Hazuki-san had scribbled on the medical chart. The drawing had been very poorly done, but what mattered was what it was depicting. The crucifixion case. Yeah, that's what made me think it was her. Or he was her. Whatever. Besides, the first time Grim had talked to me about the new gen case, they had said this. It's all up in your neighborhood, lol. Even though I'd never told them I lived in Shibuya. Even a few hours earlier, Grim had left some comments that made it seem like they knew I was Nishiju Takumi. You're a celebrity, so you'll be the center of attention. The second time I'd gone to the hospital, Hazuki-san had said,
高階先生はもういません。
I'm afraid Dr. Takashina is no longer here. And a week later, Dr. Takashina's corpse had been found. I swallowed back my saliva.
あの人が
Is she
真犯人
the real killer? Her mind was right before me. If I looked inward, I could see.
信仰の救いあれ。
May the divine light save us. Midnight fell on Tokyo General Hospital, the place of Hazuki Shino's work. Within one of its operating rooms, the nurse stood nearly still. On the bed lay a young man, Noe Shizuo. The sleeping pills he had been given had induced a coma in him.
信仰の救いあれ。
May the divine light save us. As she repeated the same words over and over like a Buddhist prayer, Hazuki caressed her large, swollen abdomen. She slowly removed her white scrubs, then sat atop the operating table, scalpel in hand. Salvation. Then, with no anesthesia to speak of, she incised her own abdomen. An incision so masterfully done, it would have earned her incredible praise from surgeons and obstetricians alike. Although she was a mere nurse, her surgical skills were quite remarkable. Even while enduring the uninhibited pain of her self-surgery, the incision she made in her abdomen was performed with the utmost dexterity. Blood and amniotic fluid flowed from the wound. Her face contorted in pain. Then, after a few grueling moments passed, Hazuki inserted her own hands inside her abdomen. And from within her, she removed a blood-stained fetus. The fetus had yet to reach full maturity, and its forced removal had already ended its life prematurely. Hazuki performed an omphallotomy, cutting the umbilical cord. Upon completion of this, she embraced her child lovingly, then placed it on a stand next to the operating table. With her hands now free, she began suturing her wound. The whole ordeal took nearly an hour to complete. With the sheer amount of pain the procedure procured, any normal person would have fainted a long time ago. Returning the fetus to her embrace, she stood up from the operating table and approached the man lying down on the bed. With bloodshot eyes, she looked down toward the unconscious man's face, and thrust a scalpel into his abdomen. The movement was reckless and without care, providing a vast contrast to how delicately and accurately she had torn open her own abdomen before. The pain roused the man, but before he could consider any hope of escape, he realized both his arms and legs were tied securely to the bed. Disregarding the man's screams, Hazuki drew back the scalpel she used to stab him. It cut through his flesh, tore through his skin. Blood gushed forth, covering her face in crimson.
信仰の救いをあなたに。
May the divine light save you, sir. She neared her hands to the victim's wound, and then she forcefully began to widen it horizontally. The sound of flesh being torn open echoed throughout the operating room. The man's body started violently convulsing as the pain forced him to undergo a cycle of fainting, then waking up again. As she gazed at the gaping wound, Hazuki smiled a gentle smile. She then took her own child, which she had just taken from herself, and forcibly pushed it inside the man's gaping wound. Oh, so she is the killer. May the divine light save us. Midnight fell on odd Tokyo General Hospital, the place of Hazuki Shino's work. Within one of its operating rooms, the nurse stood nearly still. On the bed lay her psychiatrist colleague, Takashi Fumio. He was tied to the bed, but this was not the only thing that had been done to him. His cranium had been opened, his brain was exposed, his skull had been cut cleanly, the line being right above the eyes.
Takashina sensei ni shinkou no sukui are.
May the divine light save you, Dr. Takashina.
Hazuki-kun, こんなことやめろ!
Hazuki-kun, stop this. Whatever you're doing, stop. Takashina was conscious. Due to the effects of the anesthesia, he did not feel any pain from the cut. The utter dread he felt kept his eyes open wide, and his body was sweating greatly. Salvation. Ignoring Takashina's pleas for his life, Hazuki retrieved a shiny silver utensil from the pocket of her white scrubs. A utensil that could not be referred to as a traditional surgical tool. It was a spoon, an all too ordinary piece of tableware. What are you planning to do with that? Stop this, stop! Hazuki reveled in ecstasy, as if enjoying a meal of curry and rice. She took a spoonful of Takashina's brain. She then took the spoon and violently cast the contents onto a stainless steel tray. The pink brain tissue was pulped into a jelly-esque substance. Hazuki thrust the spoon inside the brain once again. This time, however, she accumulated even more matter than she had the first time as she scraped away the brain tissue. Takashina's own brain was getting removed from his body, yet he felt no pain, nor did he lose consciousness. As well as this, the anesthesia had robbed him of any freedom of movement whatsoever. All the man could do was tremble in fear.
これがあなたの記憶なんですね。
Those were your memories, weren't they? Hazuki Shino looked up at the projection in shock. On the scrambled crossings, 4 massive jumbotrons. Her very own memories were being shown. She couldn't even understand how it was being done. Perhaps it was Nishiju Takumi's power as a Giga-lo-maniac.
あなたの記憶です。
Your memories. With his head hung low and D-sword in hand, Nishiju Takumi murmured those words. The riot came to a halt. Silence was now the ruling entity. The thousands of people who had been assailing each other until only a moment ago were now looking up toward the screens. Some went pale, some averted their eyes. Some felt such horror, it compelled them to vomit. The mass media were starting to record Hazuki with their cameras. Countless blinding flashes ensued.
あなたがニュージェネ事件の真犯人だったんだ。
It was you. You were the culprit behind New Gen.
私の記憶を映像に投影したんですね。
You projected my memories as image data.
もう言い逃れはできませんよ。
There's nowhere to run.
胎児とあなたの DNA を鑑定すればわかることです。
A DNA test on both you and the fetus will reveal everything.
どうしてあんなことを。ねえ、グリム。
Why did you do it? Tell me, Grim.
ナイトハルト。
Neidhart.
すべては教祖様のお言葉なんですよ。
Because the glorious founder ordered it so. Hazuki plunged her hand into the bag resting over her shoulder. From it, she retrieved both a Noah 2 terminal port and a scalpel. She gripped the scalpel and placed it right against her throat. Due to the nature of her position as a nurse, she knew the location of the carotid artery all too well. Corroded. Hazuki smiled at Nishiju Takumi. It was a kind smile, much like the one she would so oft show her patients.
信仰の救いあれ。
May the divine light save us. As her own blood gushed forth from her neck, her entire body was painted a bright crimson.
Espada.
He's a real Esper.
救世主だわ。
He's the Messiah. I didn't know who, but someone did mumble those words. After seeing the sheer number of gazes piercing through me, I realized that those words were also directed at me. In front of a countless number of people, Hazuki Shino had committed via in her throat. Although, calling it a martyrdom might have been more accurate, the choking smell of blood filled the air. The riot had now entirely stopped. Hazuki Shino's memories of the crimes she committed, which I had projected directly onto the jumbotrons, ended up being the perfect thing to make the excited parts of the mob quiet down. The shocking nature of what had been displayed left everyone at a loss for words. Even now, Hazuki Shino's corpse was still bleeding. A number of people then walked up to it and began kicking it. It was the corpse of an atrocious murderer, so there were no respects to be paid here. Next, they might even publicly her like it was the Middle Ages. What difference was there between her and the ones kicking her corpse? By their very nature, humans were disgusting, horrible creatures, myself included. The media, like hyenas, were accumulating around anything that could act as a scoop. Roughly half of them had gathered around Hazuki Shino's corpse, and the other half were surrounding me. Nishiju-kun, talk about a sight to behold.
今のは超能力ですか？やはりエスパーだったんですね。すごいです。
Was that some kind of psychic power just now? So you really were an Esper. That's incredible.
今日のこの集まりは初めから真犯人をおびき寄せるためのものだったの？
Was today's gathering simply bait to lure out the true culprit from the get-go?
あなたの超能力は何歳頃に現れたものなんですか？
How old were you when your psychic abilities first manifested?
子供の頃のあだ名は 神童とか呼ばれたことある？
What was your nickname as a child? Have you ever been referred to as a prodigy or anything along those lines?
今後警察の捜査に協力する予定は？
Do you plan to assist the police with their investigation?
うちの局の番組に出てくれないかな？
Would you be willing to appear on one of our shows? One after the other, endless words of praise were thrown my way.
西条、よくやったぞ！
Well done, Nishiju. Ah, Takumi-kun, look over here.
お前すげえよ。
You're incredible. I love you. Please go out with me. One after the other, endless words of affection were thrown my way. I felt hollow hearing those voices, a fabricated image formed by a public opinion and a delusionary being. They weren't all too different, were they? Takumi, Takumi. It was all coming back. The energy they'd all shown when they'd seen me up on top of Oakfront. Shut the fuck up! Unable to take it anymore, I screamed.
手のひら返して英雄扱いかよ、バカみたいな。
So now you're doing a complete 180 and calling me a hero? Are you fucking kidding? Tears started flowing. I felt completely miserable. I felt completely ridiculous. I didn't have it in me to keep going without crying. I wasn't a hero.
僕はキモオタでセーラタンのエロいフィギュアにハーハーしてる変態だ。
I'm an otaku freak. I spend entire days fapping over Saratan's sexy figures like a goddamn pervert.
18歳未満だけどエロゲーして萌えって言ってる男だ。
I'm not 18, but I play a shit ton of eroge. I mow over sprites and CGs constantly.
頭の中じゃ街を歩く女どもを裸にひむいてエロい妄想してる。それが僕だ。
And in my head, all I ever think about are sexy delusions. I see women walking down the street. I imagine a whore naked. That's who I really am. Tears of mucus smeared down my face. I forgot I was being broadcasted live across the entire country. It didn't even occur to me that I was shaming myself yet again. I couldn't help it. I was physically incapable of reading the room.
そうだよ。これでも僕は英雄かよ。
So, still want to call me a hero?
違う。僕は英雄なんかじゃない。所詮妄想の存在でキモオタで一人じゃ何もできないヘタレだ。
Because I'm not. I'm just a lazy-ass, delusionary otaku freak. You useless loser who can't do anything on his own. The voices around me went quiet. The onlookers sank into silence. The people from the media looked at me dubiously. Within the heart of Shibuya, in the middle of the humongous scramble crossing, only my voice was echoing.
それが僕だ。お前らに他人に僕っていう人間を決めさせない。僕の本質は僕が決める。
That's who I am. I won't let other people like you decide who I am. I'll decide what I really am.
僕はお前らのおもちゃじゃない。見せ物なんかにはならない。
I'm not your toy. I'm not some circus freak.
僕にはやるべきことがあるんだ。僕はお前たちなんかのために行動しない。
I have shit to do. I'm not here to do whatever you want me to. Dreamy smile appeared in my mind.
僕はただ
I'm just here. For the sake of those I cared about, I was here to fight, then disappear. But before I could voice that, I suddenly noticed that the night sky reflected in the corner of my eye was turning pure white. It wasn't a cloud, nor was it snow falling a little too early this year. By the time I realized it was the same phenomenon from back when the earthquake had hit, it was already too late.
サードメルト予定より早い
The third melt, but it's too early. The first thing I felt was the very earth itself began to rumble. The ground began to shake. The white in the sky was spreading farther and farther. The very next moment, I was struck with a violent ringing in my ears. It was such an intensely shrill, resonant sound. My head had felt like it was about to burst open. Everyone else around me was covering their ears too. And then, the world was dyed completely white.